Yo, 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 what's up, people? Huh? Are you ready? Because I fucking am. Even though I woke up at my time, 7 in the morning, then at around 7:30 we started the stream. We got the delay from 8 until 9 for it to actually work. And then I spent from 9 to 9, basically from 9 to 9 doing Tenebria stuff. I couldn't stop in a sense. Like, I was this close. I was this close to doing another stream after I finished the Tenebria guide. I was this fucking close. But I decided against it for the betterment of my sleep schedule. So we are now... Hey, I'm afraid I appreciate this up. Thank you so much, man. Enjoy the launch badge if you didn't have it yet. Yeah, I did that. And yeah, we are now fully ready and holy. What they did to this card is so beautiful. What they do and what they did, like all this suffering that we had yesterday, all this suffering is now gone. This card is now peak primetime perfection. Now, the most useful scenario is definitely in an arpeggio order, but I can definitely see this working outside of arpeggio as well. But this card now does exactly what it says on the card, if you can believe it. A card that does what it says, but it does. So, yeah. This card now allows us to select whatever fucking rhythm card we want and move those. Now arpeggio would be the best, right, for DPS? See, that is the interesting part. I've seen so many other videos of people making Tenebria Tenebria decks where they do damage, whatever the fuck, but all of them felt so weak. All of them did like certain things somewhere where I'm like, hey, you could use other cards to combine them and do more damage. But no, one of the examples is a Mei-Lin plus Tenebria combo being labeled as doesn't work. It gets cucked by elasticity. You didn't try hard enough. But no, Mei-Lin Tenebria might just be something we finish off today. Another thing would just be in terms of, yeah, the arpeggio and which spotlight people use. This one's obvious, right? You take the 2 cost, you give it a 1 cost reduction, but you still have to draw it, you still have to play it, but at least, hey, you get the 420 hit and you get the ability to select a move up to 2 rhythm cards and then activate those cards. But I don't want to. Same with when somebody plays like, let's say, a crescendo line and they don't use this spotlight. So many questions. But no, more importantly, we are going to start with the sortie. What time is it? The time to shine. Exactly. No, sortie. I'll be honest, I might make a little video about it because I think it's hilarious. I forgot. I gave y'all advice and that advice was trash. This is amazing. This is so much better than my little tired brain was able to comprehend at the time of when I had a look at it, right? And that is, yes, it doesn't matter if you have save data and you get healed for 34. But what if you play sortie and you get healed for 150 health every single time you start a battle? Yeah, that is what this is for. This has nothing to do with save data. This has nothing to do with chaos. I mean, I guess it helps in chaos as well. But effectively, this is here to make it so that you get an obscene amount of healing every single time you go into a battle. How good are the Yuki buffs? You can calculate around 150 for every flash slash and around a 300% damage increase for every iceberg cleave, pretty much. So whatever damage you had before, add around 150 to 200%. Unless you do the flash slash 2-hitter, then it's different. But you can add around 150 to 200% on top of that. And then on the iceberg cleave, you can add around 300% on top. But yeah, let's have a look at Sortie. Let's play a Sortie run and let's see how she feels, right? But yeah, the reason why we're doing the Sortie run, obviously, the reason why we're doing the Sortie run is so that we can afford the re-epiphany thingy-thongies. Exactly, that's what they're called. Re-epiphany thingy-thongies. Note that down. Yeah. I wonder if we should do like stage 4 slash stage 8 or if we should... Probably. So, safe zones plus no AP seems alright. Let's do 8. Let's do a relaxed 8. Is she a must pull? Not yet, because I haven't proven it yet. But no, even regardless of what we do and regardless of what we find, I still don't see a way for her to be a must pull. But she is a really good pull. Like, on one hand, you don't have to feel bad about skipping her. But on the other hand, don't you dare feel bad for summoning for her. Alright, let's see. So, legendary equipment with the refinement effect. Surely it's gonna be good. Yeah, I mean, sure. Alright, here we go. So, let's see who we get. I'm probably gonna pick as many characters that have like this symbol right here in the top as possible. Because we need more points, right? We want more points for our stamina value. And I think the synergies are decent enough. So, we want to fight as many elites as possible so we can get multiple perks. There's only one elite we can fight. Which means we should, under most circumstances, probably do the normal fights, then go down, then do the elite, then do the shop, and then finish the thing. In your opinion, she's a must just because she's centered on basic attacks. It's a pretty significant mechanic. Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. But the thing is, though, counter to that is the idea of, well, like, look at this. It's just, this card is so beautiful in what it does. This card will always prioritize Tenebria cards. That is how you figure out the true value of this card. It will always prioritize Tenebria cards. That is the beautiful thing about it. But what did I want to say in regards to basics? Also, let me make sure we have the game on the normal volume. So in regards to basics, one of like the arguments against it would be the fact that in most save datas you just end up removing the basics, right? The only reason you would keep in the basics is if you intend to, for example, run something specifically with Tenebria, right? She's a must pull for the lobby connoisseurs. That argument can be made, and it might just have some value. But yeah, no. The ease of use of playing a Tenebria in Sortie is kind of disgusting, because effectively, your only goal in life is to get as many of these rhythms in hand. You play one of them and the rest just play themselves. And that's it. It is so straightforward. Ray and Vero for DPS, Tenebay? Nah. We don't need a Veronica. Veronica is such a waste. Veronica doesn't increase our damage. No. We're going to use Ray. I still have to have a look and see But at minimum, we're gonna try and sneak in maybe like a Naja or a Cassius in there somewhere on top. We don't need a Veronica if we do everything properly. Faye also does create a lot of cards. I think they're pretty much the same. Not quite. Like, where Tenebria can do something for the team and for basic attacks as a whole, Faye is very selfish. Like, Faye might create a bunch of cards, but those are her own cards. Those are the cards she wants to draw herself. Those are the cards she wants to use herself. Like, everything around Faye is make me shine, right? Tenebria says time to shine. Faye is more like a make me shine. Make me the best that I can be. Did you test if Yuki's 50 base or 50 final mod? It's 50 base. But it is 50 base on top of a 274 multiplier now that they've upgraded her potential. And it is to the base, but it gets multiplied twice on an Iceberg Cleave double hit or on a Flash Slash double hit. Time to shine? Faye is a ranger, yes. Faye is a ranger, not a hunter. So, she's a void ranger. I know she's not a power ranger. I don't want to hear it. It's still good, I guess. It is. It is. But by no means is it. I mean, we test her out, right? We have exact numbers on like what kind of damage can she do in a turn, and we can just keep the same deck, same setup as during the Yuki video, and then just do it again. You know, that really isn't that difficult, luckily. Time to shine. The Power Ranger collab. I don't know how I'd feel about a CZN Power Ranger collab. I think it'd be kinda... questionable. At best. There we go. Also, I don't know about everybody already writing off. See, I think this is a little rude. Everybody just making their life easier and cutting out photo time. They aren't even trying. Photo time is a cool card, and photo time can do a good amount of damage. It's just, you just have to get an additional draw. Like, yes, I know, blah, blah, blah. But like, come on. If you boost your damage properly, you can probably expect between 10 to 15,000. And that's like on a decent setup. Like, I don't know. I think it's just a little too easy to just go, yeah, photo time needs to go. Would it be worth getting her partner? Okay, think about it like this. If you are going to see any like really big damage number videos on YouTube, you probably have to subtract 20, like 15 to 20% in terms of top end damage if you don't go with the partner. She's still gonna do a shit ton of damage, usually, most likely. But yeah, that's just the way psionic partners work, right? If this was a different class, then it would be a different discussion. But you only have Eloise, and she really doesn't work that well with her, you know? Karen is your baby right now. Lol. What be the best rhythm card? The best rhythm cards, in my opinion, would be Arpeggio for like the giant hits, Rhythm Like base rhythm. Like take this card and make it a neutral card. Base rhythm, just due to how easy it is to play, due to it casting all the other rhythms in your hand. And then it'd be crescendo, fortissimo, fermata, staccato. I'm not the greatest fermata fan. Maybe I don't see the proper vision. I mean, I guess it depends on if you intend to like run her with a support and whatnot. Like, I don't know. Fermata technically does the same as everything else. I just don't. It just depends. For Fermata, it's important that you get the rhythm card and play the rhythm card on a support. Because if you don't, then you're going to just lose a part of the rhythm that you then have to move back again without having been able to use it for damage, for example, right? Ah, it's these fuckers. Fermata's 2 AP hungry. I mean, Fermata just pays 1 additional AP. It is not something that's impossible to deal with, right? Fermata just goes, hey, we need some extra. But yeah, no, Fermata just goes, hey, you pay 1 AP, and then you can swap all the rhythm cards into whatever you want for the turn. Keeps you flexible, but if you're planning for a specific rhythm card already, you don't really need it. Arpeggio is fun to play, it is absolutely. And did any of you notice there's a special animation for the tenor ult? Like, Tenebria with her ult has a special animation. So for example, have a look at this. If you were ever wondering, okay, now that I've used the ult, how do I keep track between the damage bonus and when I'm going to get the double hits? Look at this, look around this. You see this around her? This, with the shiny particles and the ground, this only appears when you're in ult, right? Or when you've used the ego skill. Now the important part is what happens when we're going to be playing our 7th rhythm card. It's gonna take a while, but you should be able to see it. I don't even know how I missed it yesterday. You're gonna wonder how you've missed it as well, if miss is what you did it. I just need to make sure we, yeah, so this should be rhythm cards 5 and 6. Let's attack this dude. So, one more. Okay, let's get ourselves the rhythm cards. Play one of these out. And now you should see a difference after this first rhythm card is being played. Or I guess this one counts already. Alright, come on. I'm getting scammed. I'm getting scammed by Tenebria. I'm not entirely too sure why. But I'm getting scammed by Tenebria. There's no way I was that tired yesterday. Something isn't really working. I'm confused. Like, you don't know what I'm looking for, but I'm currently wondering if I was imagining things, or if there was a different trigger condition than what I thought there was. Now, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to you, right? But no, I need to figure this out. This is bugging me. No, I'm not seeing things. At least I don't think I am. But let's have a look. So there's still 2 stacks left. What about now? No. How did that... Or did that have to do with the partner? Was it the partner? There you go! Yeah, it was... Look at this shit! Look at the... It is when you also activate the partner. But look! How did I miss this? Like... this is a fucking firework! Right? Like, how would you miss this? Like, I wasn't imagining things. Yes, this is indeed the time to shine. Like, look at this. Holy. Holy. Luckily, I'm not insane. Yet. That's good to know. I still have most of my faculties with me, on my side. I don't know. But yeah, look at her. Holy shit. How did I miss this yesterday? That is really cool. Exactly. Tenebria more limited than Height Mary. What do you mean? I don't understand. What are you saying? You need a partner? Yep. Yep. What I'm wondering is this effect. Does this only last during... like, I didn't do the science on it, right? Like, I, for example, couldn't tell you if it only lasts during the one turn where you activate it. I mean, let's do a little bit of science. What happens if we activate it now normally? Oh, look! There's only this blue circle now. Because we did the partner alone. That is so cool. That is so cool. Yeah, but how do you miss that? Exactly. She's shining like a fucking beacon. I was so sad to have used every pull for Tenebria, Yuki's fault, and couldn't get Arya. Then I realized I had enough together with the shop. Let's go! I'm not too sure how we can blame Yuki, but sure, let's blame Yuki. That seems appropriate. Where was my double activation? Where's my being alive? I think we're getting scammed. Maybe we should have attacked the guy that's gonna attack us. I mean, does it make a difference? He'd get morale. Let's see if it's enough to kill him. If I only won the 50-50, I could get the partner too. Yeah, I mean, we still have to do some science on how long it lasts and for how many turns. But, nah, we'll figure things out. We'll figure things out. But for now, we actually have to do a little bit of locking and inning. Because, our deck is starting to be too thinning. That doesn't rhyme. But, you know, it's starting to get a little close for comfort. But, luckily... we are learning a little bit every time, and for example, I'm getting a couple experiences in regards to what you shouldn't do with the Tenebria doing sortie, because there's certain epiphanies that just work a whole lot better in combination with specific cards than they work on their own. Pretty much. Am I the only one that just felt like nothing happened with the rhythm cards of Magna? I could have sworn she didn't attack. Let me check that again. Like I feel like the Magna cards just refuse to cooperate. 1. No, okay, they did. It just, I guess... It's such a weird order. Did you see that? How there was technically a Tenebria card at the end being used that didn't do anything, but it did because it moved first. So basically they attack faster than the enemy when targeted by an attack card. See, I would like to believe the action I just took was targeting the guy with an attack card, but hey, I could be wrong, right? Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. Hit me then, bitch. But I think this is a scam. Something's a scam here for sure, for sure. But no, we need to figure out a way to get out of this alive. Maybe we can get a Magna crit. Probably not. Alright, that works. It does not work. She's still alive. Alright. Oh, the enemy thing is still alive. Even with the crit. Let's see. What tools do we have at our disposal? Now let's have a look at in the draw pile. There's a bunch of bleeds in there. Awesome. Just what you would like to see. No, but what do we have in the terms of partners? Not a lot, right? So we'd be able to get a 100% shield. Might just have to be enough. But it isn't. Unless we get rid of... No, he's doing 300 damage. It's a little problematic. Any way I can get around this somehow? I don't think so, right? It's not like... But yeah, there you go. Blue effect again instead of the full one. I don't think there's actually anything much we got with our hand. So I guess us dying here is a combination of me yapping and a little bit of bad luck. But mostly me being a little too confident, you could say, in regards to the fact that we went and skipped past a point of healing to go into a fight, to then do a question mark area, to then go to the healing. But it's alright. It's alright. Nobody to blame but myself. Should you get the partner? See, now that's the thing, right? The partner only adds a higher damage ceiling. If it weren't for the fact that she also adds a whole, like, concert animation to Tenebria that I didn't even see before. So, at least visually, there is a major difference between her and anybody else. Which I think is pretty cool. Yeah, do we start with Cerulean Fate? Sure, why not? The partner is insane if she's 6 copies. See, you know, the trick is... Why don't you just cast Tenebria a bit earlier? Why don't you cast, let's say, Tenebria the turn earlier, then you move over into the next turn? Or, like, you can cast Tenebria at any point, right? You cast Tenebria at any point, then you just get 2 more ego skill and then you get it, right? Like, sure, when you get her at full copies, you can do both at the same time. You can actually do both at the same time starting from E2 by just using the photo card, because it gives you 2 ego points, right? Should we do Rita? Sure. Let's have a Rita Tenebria adventure. A Rita Tenebria adventure. That could be disastrous. But that's what we're here for, right? A disaster. Let's get it. It's pretty nice that she can use it, yeah. Don't need to heal if enemy dead. Yes, but heal doesn't heal you if you are dead. If you care to believe it, right? Like, that is truly how that works as well. Like, if you're dead, you also can't really heal yourself. But what I think is pretty cool is just the way Rita's Chrono Ascension works here. And the most important part is this. On card activation, 1 Chronicle for each cost of that card. Every rhythm card, regardless of it being the one to activate or getting activated, counts for Rita here. So for example, we can use this for free. We can use this for free. And we can only pay 1 for this rhythm card. And then go back up to full Chronicles. And then we, for example, have 6 AP again to spend. That is fucking potent. Make enemy dead 5 head. Indeed, indeed. Make sure to use Rita's rhythm wherever possible. Not quite. I need to make sure I use Rita's rhythm by making use of Rita's AP pool. Not necessarily because of the fact that, right, like the only reason why we do Rita's rhythm first would be just because we can pay for it with the Rita AP. You think Rita's better with than Mei Lin with Tenebria? It depends, right? There's always a few different ways you can twist and turn things to make it make sense. Yeah, I guess we go with more Fate Imprints. Rita could do 18 AP a turn. No. At least not at E0. At E0 she can do 12. At E1 she can do 14. I don't know where you got the number of... where you get the number of 18 though. You have to run Mika. But what does Mika have to do with anything? What does Mika have to do with Rita's own AP generation? Should you pull Tenebria or save a Fae? I don't think it makes a difference. You can look at the trailers, you can look at the visuals, and you can pick who you like based on that. Both of them are gonna be top tier. Both of them are like, if you have to do it either or, you can't really go wrong with that, like legit. To see very high, that upgrade might be good for 10, you know? What? You mean the one that like pulls us 2 cost cards and such? Yeah, but not as important. I mean, look at this. This is nice. When Chrono Ascension is gained, move all basic cards of this unit to hand. Huh? That's sweet. Lobby decided everything for you, understandably so. If you're looking for a more... How do I say this without getting myself in trouble? A more expressive lobby in the... or maybe a less armored lobby. Let's just keep it at that. Then Tenebria goes over Faye. But don't get me wrong, Faye's lobby is pretty cute. Should I pull for Tene or save for Faye and her partner? In both cases, you want the unit and the partner. Maybe for Tenebria a bit more. Also, look at this. One of the things that's so cool about Rita is this. Look, do you see how much of a effect she has on the field? Like, Rita has no right to command so much attention. Look at that. She got this like star system thing around her, and look at her aura. Rita got so much aura, it even touches the enemies. You've entered my domain, mortal. And then she proceeds to do like crazy things, you know. But yeah. Rita in Chronal Ascension is pretty fucking sick. Alright. Now look at this turn. Boom! Chrono Circle. Boom! A Chrono Circle. Boom! Fate Imprint. And now we have still 1 AP to spend, which means we could go down to... I don't think it's worth it. I think we just do this. Get this out of the way. And then... Bam. Boom. And then it goes bop bop bop. I have a 4-time Axis collapse deck. Rita's way too strong for her own good. Rita is sweet, but I don't think anybody would mind if the devs give her a little bit of help, you know? I don't think anybody would mind if the devs were to again give her... I don't know, give her a couple more multipliers. Not because she needs them, but because, hey, if everybody else is getting multipliers, maybe the devs need to, like, open the eyes of the people towards the power of Ritaception, you know? Not gonna lie, so far Story 3 is far better amongst all the seasons. Good job on the devs, but you still want more trauma codes. You're getting a trauma code with the next character. I can already guarantee you that. Lucas? Yeah, Lucas does need a buff as well. They really aren't doing the most for him. I agree. They might as well be a bit more kind to Mr. Lucas. Do you think moving most characters to standard banner pulls is bad? No. The only thing they'd be hurting is their own pockets, but that wouldn't really be a bad thing to complain about. If the devs, like, nothing is worse than an event giving you standard pulls if the standard pulls can give you nothing exciting. Honestly, nothing is worse than worthless standard pulls. Because what's the point? What are you pulling for if there's nothing cool to get? Also give Tenny some aura with Aria. Rita is mogging her right now. Yeah, but like... We gotta wait for our... Our time to shine! You know? We just gotta wait for our time to shine, and then Tenebria's gonna do what she needs to do. Alright, so we get this set up, we get the full Chronicles decks, and now we have then 6 extra AP to spend on Rita cards next turn, while we can then focus whatever we need on Tenebria cards and whatever else it might be. So here we can heal, and we can attack, and then we can do another heal, and then we can do another attack, and then it's all gonna be sick. And you know what's cool? This one here also works in Rita's favor, especially with like rhythm cards, because most rhythm cards do end up being 2 cost anyway, so you can take advantage of that 20% multiplier. Like, Photo Time is such a cool card. I say it again, right? I think it's a little rude that everybody just removes photo time. They aren't even trying. Out of the hips at WG, what is the funniest combo for Tenebria? I want to give it a try with your next Chaos run. Define fun. There's so many things you could do with her. What would be fun? Damage? Something wonky? Something wacky? Like, I'm not too sure what exactly you might be searching for, right? Tenny flashbang. Photo time considered as extra attacks? Is it? No. Photo time is not considered as extra attacks. This one right here is, you see how it says does damage, not extra damage? Wonky. What be a wonky Tenebria deck I could think of that you could potentially put together and have some fun with? Couple of these one would be straightforward. I need to consult my epiphany meter to see if we can maybe put something interesting together. Alright, if you want to, you can take Tenebria and your Mei Lin. You're going to take this Crescendo Epiphany, and then you're going to use this Crescendo Epiphany plus this Moving Spotlight together with Mei Lin's moving card, and then you're gonna combine it with the Encore Unique for every 2 rhythm cards activated damage to the enemy. And then you can also, I guess, keep in a photo time as well, and that should give you not only a bunch of attacks, but also cheap attacks, especially on the side of Mei Lin. You can combine that with a, I think probably for the best Naja, if you need a bit of cost reduction. If not, you might even be able to like put AP on the Mei Lin Divines if you're struggling AP that way. You could also combine it with Ray. In call and response wise, also I think this call and response is really cool. Do any of you know what happens when you have this call and response and you start a rhythm combo? This is something I found out yesterday. When you have, let's say, 2 rhythm cards in hand and this card in the deck, playing this rhythm card activates this call and response, which draws more of the rhythm cards that then also get triggered. So it's like a chain extender that you don't have to draw. I don't know if it makes any sense to you in terms of wording and what I just said, but effectively, if this thing triggers mid-combo during a rhythm combo, the combo just becomes longer. CZN is doing well in global. No reason CN wouldn't like CN will always give more revenue even for other games, for other gacha games. Yeah, no, I mean they're cooking. They're cooking over there in China. Do we hit him for big damage? Nah, let's actually get this Chrono Circus set up so that we can get more basic attack draw. Yay. Look at this draw. Isn't this a full looking hand? Wouldn't you agree? Maybe we should have gotten rid of Shakis. That doesn't really make a difference. What do I think about a Teneray Naja combo? Pretty straightforward, pretty obvious, pretty good. You get the big buffs from Ray, and then you get solid healing, solid buffs, cost reduction from Naja. Yeah, pretty good team, pretty sweet. Not much you can do wrong there. Bam, bonk, bitch. Alright, let's see. Damage amount of attack cards by 20%. Sure, free 2-hitter. We take it. We don't really exhaust cards, so we can sell it. I don't understand how we're supposed to build her with Khalib. Oh, you mean because in the combat motion showcase they used her together with the Khalib? I think that's super simple. It just relies on a very basic synergy. Using a 2-cost card is enough to trigger the Celestial tag on the Khalib Vulture launcher, allowing you to cast those for free. I think it's pretty much that straightforward. I mean, you could also use Fortissimo for Khalib, right? It doesn't really make a difference. It just needs to be a 2-cost. Regardless of what 2-cost actually it ends up being. Rita is so chill in Sortie. I mean, what do you mean there's a character that pretty much every second turn, or depending on how good you do it, every turn just gets 6 extra AP? That's pretty chill. You. Oh, I thought we were about to get invaded. Scam. Khalib would go well with Arpeggio? Why? If you can, would you like to elaborate? Aww. Shit, I should have gotten myself Ivy sooner. Maybe then I would have played more Rita. What the fuck? What? That's so cool. Shit. Like, if you're wondering where did I get Ivy from, I picked her from the anniversary selector. Half anniversary selector. Damn. No, Aria is doing her live stream, yeah. And now that we can see it not in 3 times speed, it's clearly a live stream drone. What else would that be? She's clearly live right now. Otherwise, who would she be talking to, right? But yeah, Ivy is one of the prettiest partners in the entire game. Fight me. You aren't guaranteed to draw a low-cost Arpeggio. Ideally, you can draw all the way through it, but you might draw the 3-cost early and then it still turns into a 2 and can trigger Celestial. See, that's the thing. You can play a full Arpeggio rotation while paying 1 AP. That's how Arpeggio works. Like, unless you interfere with it with like something like a nausea cost reduction, an Arpeggio rotation takes you 1 AP because you only have to pay for the 3rd card. Face Partner looks cool too. Face Partner does look cool. But I wonder if you make this argument only because she got them dogs out. Maybe you're a bit of a sus one, you know? But no, it's time to shine. Good morning. Did your impressions on Tinny change? She is still not a must pull by any means, or worth pulling overall. As I've said before, she is absolutely worth pulling, but she is still not a must pull. Right? Like, I'd say she is worth the pull, but that doesn't mean you have to, you know? That'd be the simple version. So, let's see if we activate all of these here. We should have probably done this before, right? Because it would have been a bunch of damage based on cost. Yeah, let's swap that order then. Did a build on the green planet, pretty nice equipment over there, nice epiphanies. Yeah. Wait, how did it not change? Well, it's whatever. Or is it because of the partner? All of me. Increases damage amount of Rita's next attack card used by 25%. On activation, remove all of me, yeah. All of you. No. All of me. Alright, then let's do it this way. I'm wondering if Faye will have a better overall value or not. Faye is very selfish. Faye has really high value for Faye. Tenebria has the potential to be high value for your team. For your account, for future characters. Pretty much. Like from my impressions with Faye, she is really selfish. But she is really good at what she does. Like, she's a ton of fun to play. She has kind of that Chizuru Rin vibe in terms of playstyle. But Tenebria just does something transformative, you could say, in regards to what she does with the basics, right? Yeah. Big boy damage. That's what you'd like to see. But I guess we wasted it a bit, huh? So let's see if we had enough to play the... We did. Okay, look at this. This is the so-called Aura team. Because look at them. Like, you mean to tell me Rita wasn't meant to be the idol? Then why are they glowing so much? Why are they shining so much? But yeah, Rita's radius is kinda nutty for the... Like, the yellow shockwave thing. Aura farming in salty instead of black mass, sometimes that's what you gotta do. But even more important is that this enemy, he gon' die. Hopefully. Because remember, it's the time to shine. I'm not too sure how much more or less damage we've just dealt than before. But we have a choice here. We either do time access or we do encore. Let's try encore first. I don't think it triggered the double hit count, did it? Do we even have that available still? Yeah, we would have had one stack. Ah, but we can do this as well. Okay, I guess then there isn't really a question. No, unlucky. He should have died. Is what I would like to say, but remember, photo time. What do you mean you've seen a clip of her doing 200k damage and how's that stronger than an E6 height, Mary? Then you're not playing the proper build on... see, that's the thing, right? just because somebody can do 200,000 damage with a Tenebria doesn't mean you can't do 200,000 damage with a Hyde Mary. Right? Like, 200,000 damage with a Hyde Mary is very much possible. But Tenebria at E0? Yeah, but it doesn't change anything. Like, even when you bring it to E3, E4, E6, you're still going to be able to do all the damage you ever want with Hyde Mary. Like, don't you fucking start the thing of like, oh no, Tenebria is so strong, she's like invalidating my Hyde Mary. Do you know how Hyde Mary works? Do you know what Hyde Mary does? Like, the fact that you don't even have to play her cards and you can just like, Hyde Mary, the type of character at E6 to stay in your team, not play a single card, not participate in anything, and still do 30,000 damage. How we doing? We're doing fine. We're trying to figure out how somebody like Tenebria is allowed to do so much damage. But no. But no, I think we're at the point where... Okay, think about it like this. With the introduction of Persona cards and all those interactions, damage numbers are higher than what you thought they ever were. Like, 200,000 damage in the grand scheme of things isn't that special. You can do over 100,000 damage in a turn with a Yuki. And I'm saying over, because you could obviously go higher, right? Like, there is more damage on the table on a whole bunch of characters than you would think. There's been a pretty big increase in terms of power level by introducing either new sets, new partners, like for example the 20% crit damage multiplier partners. Same with, like, for example, you could do 240,000 damage with the Haru team right now. And that's not even like it fully maxed out. That is before the buffs on top as well. Like, just the single discard 2 plus 120 by 60 Persona card on its own is an obscene amount of DPS. Did you know the Sword Rain activate 5 from graveyard triggers 5 marks attack with only 1 mark? No, I did not know that. That is not how it should be, but I think it's pretty cool that that's the way it turned out to be. If the total cost of cards in hand is 8 or more, say less. We are pretty expensive. Oh, I think we need to pick Typhara. I wanted to kinda... wanted to kind of reroll to look for a drafted combatant, but... I mean, who could it be? Nia would work, Magna would work, it's just... Typhara is the safe pick. The smart pick. You have a counterattack team that can do tens of thousands of damage every time they get hit. It's fun. Exactly. That is what you should be doing. You should be doing fun things. Yeah, I don't think we exhaust cards much, so might as well take the resolve when we can get it. We need some healing. We have enough healing at the start of the fight, and so long as we kill everything fast, life good, you know? Kilingo great with boss guide. Okay, be honest with me. Do you really want me to do a day 1 Great Rift guide? Like, Is there any point to this? Like, for example, this right here. Do you want me to, on day 1, make a, oh, here's how to get master a million score type video, and then a week from now, you need a score of 1.3 million? Then you might be wondering, okay, but then why did I spend all this time farming or building the team like you showed it off, if it isn't even enough to stay in master at the end of the day anyway, right? Like, I don't think there is a point making a day 1 video before people even know what the fuck is going on with the boss. Like, you can at least give it a 1, 2, 3 days. And also, how about you just enjoy the game? We just got a new character, a bunch of new events. You have the rhythm events. You have so much else to play than already potentially get annoyed or frustrated at Great Rift. Because that is the end game. Great Rift end game means getting annoyed by the fact that your score isn't as high as you want it to be. Like, I didn't even look at the Great Rift mechanics yet, but I can already tell you they are not going to be the most kind. They never are. Like 300k per week, you don't even have to play the second phase of the boss to get that. Make a minimal guide for the 500k for weekly. It will probably just involve me putting Barrel on the floor. Barrel kills the first boss. That gives us 300k score and then we're done. Like, that would probably be the solution. Time to shine! Oh, look, so many basics. We can actually have a party. But yeah, you know what's also cute? Now that Tenebria is here, all those buffs that were to basic attack decks actually make sense. Like, while yes, you could have tried to like RNG your ass off and make a basic attack Rita or basic attack Shizuru work, it was all in preparation. It was all in preparation for this lovely lady here, Tenebria. Because she just has the basics. And the basics slap, and that is the end of the discussion. Who did what? Yes, but why did I make a video after 3 hours and badmouth Tenebria? My viewers despised Tenebria all day yesterday. Who are we talking about? Is it me? Couldn't be me. 3 hours after Tenebria's release, I wasn't even a third done with my stream. Huh. I might need some more information, Mr. Nodo RMK. I am slightly confused. I am slightly confused. I would like to get to the bottom of this, because this is interesting. Yeah, I guess I can swap this out. Download, screenshots, yeah. I mean, hey, if I've done anything, let me know. But as far as I can tell, this couldn't have been me. Like, are we talking about somebody else, or am I missing something obvious? Bad mouthing your favorite waifu is unacceptable. But I'm innocent. I didn't do that. Did I? What the fuck? I am confused. Maybe that's the wrong... Maybe he has the wrong guy. It's a first time chat as well. Yeah, 3 hours in we were still cruising chaos to put a deck together. Yeah, exactly. And then 7 hours in, we were trying to figure out the Tenebria interactions. All you saw me yesterday do was beat me. See, the thing is, I was rightfully confused. I need to stand my ground. I need to defend my honor. It has been fixed. It has been made the way it should be. And it works the way it should have worked yesterday. If this worked the way it should have yesterday, we would have saved ourselves around an hour. But we still wouldn't have figured out how awesome this card actually is. So I guess at the end of the day, it did lead to a good thing. We found out that there's Tenebria card priority and they fixed the card. So overall, we are winning ×2. Time to shine! Why is it these fuckers again? I don't like them. But at least it's the ones where you like kill one of them and then the other ones get morale, right? Yeah. I was bewildered the whole day. No, that's just rude. Telling me I was lost for 10 hours straight yesterday? That's too much, man. That's too much. Saying I was bewildered the entirety of yesterday, that's too much. That's too far. Who should I pick out of Naja, Yuki, and Nia for Tenebria and Sortie? Probably Naja. Probably a Naja. You could try Nia or Naja. You're going to want a little bit of extra healing. Wait, was my last used card a rhythm card before? No, it was Time Access Collab into Fate Imprint. I should have played this Encore earlier. Well, that's okay. What dupes are good on Tenebria? Your main focus would be E3 and beyond. If you don't intend to, like, highly invest into Tenebria, then you don't have to worry about any of her dupes. The E1, all things considered, doesn't make much of a difference. Nor do you get a, like, crazy change with the E2. Like, E2 is just effectively a little bit of extra damage when you use an ego skill, which can be useful in Chaos and Sortie. And the ability to get more ego points. But that's also mostly Chaos/Sortie. You can always find ways to just create the ego points yourself. Like, pretty much E1 gives her a bit more damage with a photo time. And E2 turns her into a ego point generator. But none of these are things that we absolutely need right now. Yeah, starting from E3, she becomes a little ridiculous. And that is, you go from a 49% permanent rhythm card bonus to a 77% permanent rhythm card bonus. Then the E4, the dupe right after, gives you access to a 20% Tenebria damage bonus and a 10% bonus to all rhythm cards, but that 10% rhythm card also works with the 20% Tenebria damage bonus. Then the E5 is higher base multipliers, which is always great, especially when you end up playing like a main DPS deck. Like she has some pretty high base multipliers. so she benefits from it a bit more than other characters. And then the E6 itself is rather crazy in the fact that you get a 40% multiplicative damage bonus against targets that have been hit by a rhythm card. Anything E3 and beyond is pretty strong, but you don't actually need it unless you intend to go higher than 3 copies. We dropping? Oh. Let me see. That's alright. Stream health says error. Yeah. What can I do? What can I do about that? I don't know. I think I just gotta trust the Wi-Fi to pull through. Maybe it's just like a. Maybe it's just a slump. Maybe it's just gonna fix itself. At some point, hopefully. Prayers. Think he's still a bit confused about Arpeggio? Me. Me? You? Who? Who's confused? It's back, it lagged a bit. Yeah, that's okay. I don't know why it did that. I don't know what I could do against it, but that's alright. We can forgive it, you know? Forgive and forget. When will I try the Great Rift? I don't know, in a day or two? Probably not today. I shouldn't have picked up this weapon. Huh? Huh? Do I need to sneeze? It's gonna happen randomly in a few seconds probably. Unfortunate. $30 pulls, I got 2 Tenebria dupes, 1 Mika, 1 Ray, and 1 Nia. What the fuck? You cooked. GG. Arpeggio, seems like you really want Cassie's Joker, am I wrong? Yes, you are technically wrong because Cassius, like, yes, Cassius Joker can help you start the very first Arpeggio chain. It's just, like, that's great, but once you've played them out, Joker can't interact with them anymore. So it's useful, but it's not an absolute must-have. Am I coping for hoping a buff next month, like Renoa buff due to Salty buff and Olea, Malin, Vero ego manifestations need some buffs? No, you're not coping. There will be some more buffs happening before the launch of the next season. But what exactly? That is when you would start, as you so well put it, the cope. Is this an elite or a normal fight? How is this a normal fight? Why are we fighting yellow enemies anyway? Scam. Should you just go for the partner too? I got 50k gems, but you also want E6 Fae? Brother, 50k gems is probably not gonna be enough for E6 Fae. So, if it's not enough anyway, does that change your decision? Like 50k gems comes out to around 300 pulls. 300 pulls is gonna be maybe 3. Then again it depends on how many Omega codes and how many dupes from the dupe shop you'd be willing to invest. Then it might be more plausible. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, if you do like one Omega dupe, you buy the 2 from the shop, then 50k might just be enough to get E6 Fae. I think if you've already got a Tenebria, you can probably get the partner here as well, and then between now and when the Fae there it is, when the Fae banner comes out, you should be in a good enough spot to still get E6. Appreciate it. E6 getting 7 copies and 10 points. That seems appropriate. Alright, let's fight the elite. Okay, so again we activate Rita just so we're ready. We try and draw and see. We actually did pull a rhythm card, which is cool. So now we can start the rhythm. Have all these rhythm cards just proceed to be played out for some big numbers. Now we have 6 AP to work with. We can spend one of those to give ourselves 3 draw. Then this one here we can spend to get an archetype. Doesn't happen to be anything useful. 2 extra AP can be spent over here. This spotlight can move a couple rhythms to hand. Or I guess 1 rhythm in that, like that. Here we draw nothing like a rhythm, but here we can still hit him again. Another question is, what else do we do with the rest of our AP, right? Like this is a good hit, makes sense. 1 AP. Do we either do photo time or do we do creation and destruction? He doesn't seem to be attacking us, so we might as well make him pay. Close. We almost got his ass. Maybe too close. I mean, look at this shit. But alright, 4,000 damage. We can do that. Maybe. Time to shine. Ah, there we go. Light work. That 84 is the reason why we remove photo time? No. Like, you should not... Like, you should pick up photo time. Especially when you play Sortie. It is pretty fucking good. Sure, let's get some stockpile. Why not? Alright. That's... kinda awful. I wish I could have declined. Getting the fate that converts our basic attacks is slightly annoying, because we now just got 4 cards into our deck that weren't meant to be there. Photo time should have been an upgrade. Yeah, it should have. But to be fair, it is strong enough to the point where it does have retain, right? Like, at the end of the day, you can just keep it in your hand. You don't have to play it every turn. And then you can play it at whatever turn you think you're going to need it. Like, remember, it does have retain. Retain cards, you don't have to draw through them every single turn. Alright. Verdant Day again. Why do we have so many shop refreshes? Alright, let's go. Oh man, day 2 Tenebria, thank you. No problem. Alright. So we could give ourselves 6 AP. Do we need 6 AP right now? Probably not. Come on, draw me a rhythm card. Hey, that works. Like, that is so cool. The fact that when you draw a card that is, if in hand, treated as a rhythm card, it does work even when you draw it out of your deck, because at the time when it checks if you drew a rhythm card, it's already in your hand. I wonder if we should ego skill refresh to see if we can maybe pull something off with Tenebria. We probably don't have to. Okay, we have a bunch of Chronicle. We also have something to actually pay for it. So then, boop, bop, 6 more. Three more draw. Quantum Seed. More AP. 4 free. Big boy damage. More draw. Encore. Photo time. Did we? No, we didn't one turn. We 2-turned the guy. That's still pretty good. And then Spotlight. And then the rhythm cards. Good shit. Good shit, Rita and Tenebria. Beautiful tag team here, honestly. Do we want the Event Horizon? I mean, we're not really using Tenebria much. We are not really using her much, are we? Alright, let's get the points. Let's get the points. And then let's go into the deaths. The deaths of hell. I don't understand why it is played when you play a rhythm card though. You don't understand why what is played when where. Like these rhythm cards, they obviously just play themselves. This one here triggered because we got Chrono Ascension. Call and response. Oh. I don't understand why it is played when you... this one. We have multiple. Look. If in hand or in the draw pile, activate this card when a rhythm card is triggered. Or when a rhythm card is activated. So it's just a call and response that's in our deck, and the moment we play any rhythm card, it gets activated. This guy is annoying, but this bitch is also annoying. Alright, let's challenge the guy with the highest HP multiplier in the game. Or I guess in Sortie. Who here got master rank this past Great Rift? Honestly, I didn't. I actually didn't. I think we closely fell out of it. We only got diamond. Because I didn't do any more runs after that one showcase in regards to how the deck works and how you could get yourself higher. So, for example, I don't. I was close though, but it doesn't really make a difference, right? What do we pick here? Sure. Sure, let's do Rin. Why not? Now, should we challenge 2 more elites until we get to the boss? I would say yes, so we can get a couple more fates. Why does Serenia not have Peko? Peko is probably on somebody else right now. Maybe, probably she's on Renoa right now. I'm not too sure. Peko's always a little special in where she ends up sometimes. That is interesting. The fact that when you play Salty with the Tenebria, you have 8 rhythm cards in your deck. That is certainly something. Like, at the minimum, it's a lot. Damn, we have a lot of fucking AP. Big damage. But like, we took big damage, unfortunately. Bye bye. Sure, give me the big call and response nuke, why not? Why are these multipliers so high? Because we're rather deep into a sortie run. Big ouchie, we're getting eaten. You know what I really like about this card? It just gets the cost reduction until used regardless of where or when you use that rhythm card. That is pretty cool. But yeah, shout out to Hamon no Gotok. You used bass rhythm the whole way? Yes. Bass rhythm? I think bass rhythm is one of the best rhythms for sortie. And I mean, let's have a look at the reasons, right? Like which rhythm, where, when, what, which kind are good, which kind are bad. So The base rhythm allows you to just play one rhythm and trigger all the rhythms in your hand. And even if you move multiple rhythms, one of them then gets the cost reduction, you can play that triggers all of them. Super easy to use, 2 cost, big damage, works well with Rita. Crescendo, on the other hand, is where things start to get a little troublesome, and that is, for Crescendo to properly work, you will need to, in most cases, unless you find a way around it with like sortie perks on and so forth, but you'll always have to pay 1 AP, meaning effectively you pay 2 AP for the first Crescendo, 1 AP for the next, so at maximum you'll be able to play 2 Rhythm Crescendos. Rhythm Crescendo is, I guess, best used either together with something like a Mei Lin, or like Rhythm Crescendo only fully shines in a well-made deck. Because you need to have the setup to be able to afford to play all the Crescendos you want to play. Then Staccato, forget about it. Like, I don't even think it's worth it. The struggle of, oh, I need to play this and then I need to play something else. What do you do if you don't have 0 cards to slot in between? So I don't really think Staccato should be a choice. Fortissimo, yes, big payoff, but it's hard to say if you're able to actually make this work all the time consistently doing a sortie run, especially with like mumbo jumbo decks, right? Then Fermata, you could obviously just use and swap everything to a rhythm card. That works, right? You can just start your first turn by using Rhythm Fermata, change anything to the standard rhythm cards and do it like that. Perfectly fine, just might be a bit more expensive, or you could then swap to Crescendo once you can afford it. And then this one right here, Arpeggio itself is a bit more complicated in how it works. So unless you have a bit more experience with what triggers what and where and which is the best rotation, it can absolutely be really powerful. But it also puts all the burden on Tenebria. So if Tenebria doesn't perform, then, or let's say she breaks down, all of a sudden you basically have no damage anymore, right? I think just keeping rhythm is the easiest way to play her in sortie. Katana Banana Nishite. Yes. Big damage. 840% base damage multiplier is nothing to joke around with. I shouldn't have activated the upgrade card. Is what I would have liked to say, but unfortunately we are killing. 10 mark? Sure. Why not? Katana Banana. Exactly. Shit. I should have skipped the stickiness. This might just ruin the entire run. Well, no changing things now. Yay. Do we remove Spotlight? If you don't want to think, and if you want an easier time building the deck, yes, you can remove Spotlight. Like, inherently there's nothing bad about removing Spotlight, but at its core, it's a card that can add between 10 to 15,000 damage rather reliably to your Tenebria. Oh wait, did you say Spotlight? Wait, what the fuck? You mean photo time, don't you? Ain't no way we're about to remove Spotlight. No, 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 no. You must have meant photo time. Like, my brain read that as you wondering about the purple card. Like, that better be the case. I used her rhythm with Mika and was confused why the damage decreased. Yeah, I mean, if Mika uses a rhythm card, obviously it's not gonna pack as much of a punch, right? You know, I really love the interaction, how this card works. I know it caused me so much of a headache yesterday, but this card is beautiful. The fact that even though they didn't have to do it, this card has absolute Tenebria card move priority is so awesome. Like, it just makes this card work that much better, that much more intuitively. Does it say it on the box? No. Is that how it ends up working? Yes. Am I going to be very happy about it? Absolutely. Look at this hand. We are dominating. Didn't even need all of that. Alright, at the end of the battle here. We get a fate that heals us at the end of the battle while going into the final battle. Yeah. That seems appropriate. Yo, have a nice day. I'm in Faye waiting room. Understandably so. I mean, it's only 20 days until Faye, and if you've held out this long, you can probably hold out a little longer. 8 rhythms! Woo! Indeed. What rhythm type do you like the most so far? My favorite is still arpeggio, but bass rhythm and crescendo might be my second and third. If I had to like rank them in terms of how much I like each type. And then after that it'd be fortissimo, then fermata, and then the last one would be staccato. Yeah, look at this guy. There is no reason that if you play Sortie on stage 8 difficulty on level 80, you should fight anything with 60,000 plus health. Right? Like, that's not how the world should work. Is what I'd like to say. Is the hidden behavior with Spotlight a bug, or why was there emergency maintenance yesterday? Yes. They've mainly buffed the... basically, by fixing the interaction, they gave a major buff to what we were trying to make work yesterday. Basically, what we were trying to make work yesterday, because we assumed the card was going to do a certain thing, didn't work, and that was confusing, and now it works exactly like we thought it should. Time to shine? I really want to play this card. I really do not. Aww, Mr. Bossman, what's going on? Are we a little spooky scared? Where was the double crit? That would have devastated my guy to no end. But yeah, he's pretty much dead. GG. Shout out Mr. Bossman. Cooked. It's sad that it's so hard to play Glorious Resistance on this difficulty. Yeah, but if you're a baller and you got the healing, and you could, like, I guess it's like a rush job. You're going into a deal where you're saying, hey, if I get one more AP every turn, I'm going to end up out damaging the, like, I'm going to finish the fight so fast. Was I able to collect the rewards? Did I collect the salty rewards? Did we skip that? I'm confused. Did I misclick? Did I get them? Yes, I did. Okay, okay. So many animations happening, making me question what the fuck just happened. Alright. Wait, 10,000 points? It's 10,000 points for the last bit here? Is that true? Look at this. We have the entirety of the flexible tactics finished, and these 3 upgrades alone are 10,000 points. How does that math? $15 times 1640. It works. 15 times 1640 is indeed 9,000 something. But this is not worth 10,000 points. Like, don't get me wrong. But a 10% damage increase, 20% max health increase, and a 20% shield and recovery bonus is not something you should be investing before you finish the rest. But yeah, damn. 10,000 salty points just for these few upgrades. Okay. Chaos Analysis Lab, let's buy all the cores of potential. Now what? The Abyssal cores are looking at me funny. But no. Okay. Now it's time we refine the deck we built yesterday. Like, I was never one to shy away from using my resources. So, let's get it. We're completely converting from the move 2 buy 1 into the Spotlight 3. Spotlight 4. Right here. Okay, I need to be careful. Yes, this one, and it turns into this one. Okay. So far, so good. Now the question is, do I want to change another Epiphany? Like this one, if in hand, treat as a rhythm card, draw 2 rhythm cards. Yeah, I'm not like I think the Encore we can keep like this for now. For the next 3 rhythm cards activated, decrease cost by 1 and add a hit. I think that one's alright. We could also, like, I'm not 100% sure on call and response in Encore yet. Like, Encore, it's between this one. For the next 3 rhythm cards activated, decrease cost by 1 and add 1 hit. And this one. If the last card activated was a rhythm card, activate that card twice. It's kind of between the two of them. And this one's not really in question. This one, eh. And then this one here. Maybe. I could think of a way for this to be worth it as well. But yeah, it's between number 1, number 3, and number 5. The argument for number 3 is, like, you see the entire playstyle in a bit. We do like the simulation tower run, right? But this one here, it basically just allows us to either play an entire, like the arpeggio chain, one cheaper, and make the second and the third one hit twice, so as if you've played the entire chain twice. Whereas the first Encore just allows us to play the final arpeggio 2 more times. Like this one here is play arpeggio 2, 4, 2, 5, and 6 twice each, and this one is play the final one 2 more times. I don't know. Encore, that's why I'm still undecided. And then this call and response, I really don't know. But I want to get away from the 2 rhythm cards for sure. Maybe we just go with the call and response haste version because it's haste. Because it's retain. I'm not too sure. Like this one, like for the deck we're building, I don't want the additional draw. Yeah, we could do an additional hit for call and response. You are correct. Yeah, you know what? Let's actually do that. It's a lot more fun this way. So, edit save data, call and response, unique epiphany, remanifestation. And this is how you blow 12k sortie points, and this is the cheap ones, right? Because we only paid 4k per core. So, after us making this deck, what have I invested into this deck so far? We got the base deck, and we have invested a grand total of 5 unique Epiphany remanifestation cores to change all the spotlights and to change the call and response. Yeah, seems appropriate so far. I'm thinking maybe we go ahead and change the gear core as well. Like change the RFS 17, but I think the RFS 17 is fun because it works, right? Now the final question is, who do we run as teammates? Like, Ray is pretty obvious in that the Ray deck would be, I think, pretty simple. Now the Ray deck I'm thinking of would probably involve something like 1 copy of the 150, 1 copy of the buy 80, yeah, something like that. You know what? Let's actually brainstorm it with the visuals, right? So you don't just have to imagine it. So, nope. Here we go. Now let's brainstorm what we want, right? What do we want from our array? First, I want to have a look at. Let's just pick a random weapon. Let's do Discord. Doesn't really make a difference, right? We pick a random weapon. What I wanted to check for is engravings that have to do with lead. When a lead card of this unit is discarded, activate this card. I think this could be interesting, because imagine if we then have this Strike at Darkness at 150%, and we don't have to pay for it. Could save us a bit of cost, right? What I'm also wondering is, I think you can combine, like you could even have 3 different copies of Strike at Darkness, where one of them looks like this. So, no, this is, yeah, the base version, and then draw 1. I think you could even have a deck like this. 150, 80, 100. Because they're all separate buff values. So this one here would draw us 1. And in total we'd be getting a 330% multiplier to basic attack cards. That is a lot. If you didn't know it yet, that's actually like a lot, you know? And because we assume okay, you know what? Let's actually reset this. Ray. So, Ray, and then let's just go with the Discord gun. Discord. So, we go with the Discord gun, and we keep the 2 basics in, because that is what you do. And then we get the 3 different Strikes of Darkness. One is the 150 version, one is the 1 draw version, one becomes the unique card upgrade. This one here becomes 0 cost or lower. So 40 to 1 cost or lower. Dark Condensation gets cut. Predator's Blade, I'm not too sure about. We might cut it because we can always just add it back later. So we might cut it. Snack Time is probably going to become the draw to retain exhaust just so we can get rid of it. We could also run a Mega Giga Hyper play. Ooh. Okay, I have a... We'll have to see if we even need the save data. I mean, like this, we're looking fine. And then you know what we're doing? Exactly. We're smacking in double Dominion. But the problem is we need 40 for the save data, right? Let's see. Like this would match, but we need to, because we're doing 2 additional copies, and this would be the 3rd, right? Because this would put us over, right? 220, yeah. Then maybe if we wanted, or maybe we just don't run double Dominion. That's an easy solution. What could I do instead of double Dominion then? Then instead of double Dominion, we might just give this 1 morale, 1 resolve. And give this 1 morale, 1 resolve. And then we're still at only 140. You are Persona, you're right. Completely forgot the Personas are a thing as well. So we'd be doing the discard, card was created, draw, discard, fuck. This one, the defense-based damage one, and double damage bony. Where are you? There we go. So not be at 160. And then instead we're actually going to take away the divine. Stay with the base versions. And just reduce the cost. Okay, this one be a bit harder to find. I'll admit. I'll admit this might be a bit harder to find. But we have divine cores. We'd only need like the reduced cost by 1 base version. And then we could even afford this. this. No, this one become... I mean, technically we could make this, but there's no point. But like, yeah, this one could become divine as well if we really wanted to. But, you know, something I was thinking about, what if? Is the draw 2 haste engraving good? It works well with Tenebria considering that her rhythm cards are haste. So what I was thinking, what about this? Select and exhaust up to 1 cards in draw pile, then draw for each exhausted. This could allow you to keep another Ray basic in the deck. Like, this snack time would allow you to keep all Ray basics in the deck. Because you could just use the snack time to exhaust the skill basic, which would save you another 20 points. 20 points for what, you might ask? I don't know, another Divine Resonating Darkness? Yeah, maybe. Okay, you know what? Let's give it an attempt. Let's give it 1 attempt. Song rippling through the stars. 1 Ray run. Let's see what happens. Okay. This stage looks god-awful, but that's awesome. We love that. Hi! Rei desu. There we go. Let's get it. It's gonna be amazing. So, we can remove 2 cards and get stress. We could get 100 credits. We don't really want to remove much, so 100 credits is actually a well appreciated gift. What partner did you max out with a battle pass? I got a copy of every one. Wah, 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 wah. So now I can think about getting more copies. I'm probably going to get myself a second Nyx. And after that, I'm probably going to max out an entire Nyx. But I got a copy of every single partner. Because I have the power of free will. Yeah. Do you think the plus 25% chance, like the 25% chance to create more cards every time you create a card would have a Tenebria create more rhythm cards? We need that like action count one. There we go. 250 plus action count. Nice. Okay, so we have snack time. We don't really want to cut anything. Damage amount of quietus. Weaken. Fixed damage. Umber engraving. Alright. But hey, so far step 1 is done. We found the persona. Now we only need to work on getting the persona done. I wonder if we're gonna find Mr. Dominion. And if he wants to be kind enough to provide us with his monster card. Surely, right? Oh, Cthulhu! How about your dagger thing? Deal? Oh. It's another 0-cost spotlight. It's just, I already have a deck with 4 copies of a 0-cost spotlight that has the wrong epiphany. No? When a quietest card is discarded through an ability by allies? Am I gonna give you a better mythic chess piece? There's a couple good ones. Like for example the Torturer's Toolbox. Do you think the game is generous? I play 4 accounts and all of them get TNBA. Could you tell me what TNBA stands for? Please. That'd be great. No healer, sir, but Ray is a healer. Oh. Oh, do I think the game is... Can we stop? Can we just call it Tenebria? Like, shut up. We don't, like, Adelheid being ADHD was, I guess, a smirk. Hyde Mary being HDMI is a little silly, but I'm not gonna call Tenebria TNBA. Fuck that. Like, grow up. It's 8 letters. Like, Tene would work as well. Like, Tene is already a bit established. Like, it's like F10 for like Fairy Tail Tenebria, but I'm not gonna use TNBA. No, all good. Is the game fucking generous? Hell yes. I mean, you should know it. You gave us an example. You're running 4 accounts. I don't know how you do that. How did you not go insane? But you run 4 accounts and all 4 of them managed to get a Tenebria. Then, yes, I don't even think we need to question it any more than that, do we? How about Bree? Now, see, the thing is, if we were to, for example, call her Bree or Bria, then you'd confuse her with the K-Rom partner. We can't do that. Is this me or is what's going on? Oh, Waiufai seems to be alright. Okay, I guess we gotta restart the game. Briar's Briar, yes. What be the best persona for Tenebria? The discard 2 plus 120 on discard plus 2 times 30% multiplicative for attack cards for a turn. Or Feed Queen for the older Epic 7 players. I am not going to refer to her as Feed Queen. I just scared my power line got called off again. Luckily not. Maybe we picked the wrong epiphany. The game doesn't seem to agree with our epiphany choice. It made us do it again. Okay, that is not the one we want the monster card from, and we also don't get the monster card here. That's okay. I think we're just gonna stay with the standard rhythm. It's the rhythm of the night. Alright, let's see. Multifaceted. Hey, that's useless. It's some coins at least. The plus 15 is hard to get. There's a lot of choices, yeah. I mean, we'll get it eventually. It cannot escape me. Cannot, will not, shall not. Also, new weekly boss just one-shots you on turn 3. Very fun. Very fun. That sounds like my way to enjoy some good old Chaos Zero Nightmare. Just get one shot for no reason. Perfect. Okay. Umbra, no. Quietest card, no. Why again? Like, to my knowledge, Ray does not do extra attacks, unfortunately. Lux. At the start of the turn, weaken. Yeah, could help a little bit. Sometimes. Alright, now we're gonna re-epiphany this one into the 1 or lower. There we go. I didn't want his monster card anyway, so we're good. Attunement, resonance state, exhaust, damage amount to it. Wait, what? Plus 40% damage amount to exhaust cards of this unit for 1 turn. Was it always there? And why is it ranger and controller? Shouldn't this be psionic? So you could like maybe smack it on Tresor? Well, what is this? Not very useful. That's what this is. But what if I don't want to exhaust a card in my hand? Now we also need to re-epiphany snack time. Annoying. Okay, come on, give us the first half, please. No? No? Alright, that's a little tougher than it should be. More rhythm cards is sweet. And what do I do here? I'll probably take Strike a Darkness, copy it, and then re-epiphany. Boom. Also no monster card. Well. Wait, is the minion guy before or after the boss? Ooh. Create 2 Effulgent Blades and apply Retrieve, treated as a common card. Interesting. Do you think Mary with activate all link cards good for the link basic or just Ray? You can just use Tenebria herself to trigger it. So, for example, there's a Spotlight that costs you 2 that allows you to pick 2 cards that you can then move to hand and then activate. That would work for Fortissimo, right? The 2 cost Spotlight. Or you could use something like Rita as well. Alright. Oh, yeah, copy targets, right, Ray? I mean, how many unique cards do we have on Ray? We did cut 1, so I guess it won't make much of a problem. Still have the basic in, but that should be fine. It's getting a little expensive to re-epiphany all her cards though. It'd be great to get the right epiphany from the get-go. When a lead card of this unit is discarded, activate the card. That is kind of what we were searching for a little bit, right? So now do we maybe change Strike a Darkness into something before we copy it? Because otherwise we need to double re-epiphany. Alright, sure, come on. 150. Okay, 150 version secured. We cannot go for the unique upgrade version here, because if we do, we won't be able to copy it. They need to buff Serenial? It's just, nobody has tried to make Serenial do something since the start of the season. But just because nobody has tried, it doesn't mean she'd be bad, right? Like, yes, we need to take the time at some point to cook with Serenial. Serenial is pretty good, yeah. I think everybody just underestimates Serenial because they have damage numbers pre-Persona update in their head. And nobody has, like, gone out of their way to show an updated Serenial deck. Right? Bullet Serenial. I don't know about that. I don't know about the Bullet Serenial, I'll be honest. Wait, why did I increase my stress? The fuck was the point? I thought it said reduce stress. Ouch. You need an Owen buff. Oh, when will he ever be buffed? Yes. But damn, we're having a tough time. We're having a tough time finding the persona parts. Unlucky. Why is there so many haste upgrade engravings this run with her? Yeah, but I don't want to exhaust the card. Snack time is scamming me. Scam time. Alright, come on, what do you got for me? Morale, fixed damage, Lux engrave. Ech. Come on. No? No? The fuck? Like, I know it's somewhat hard-ish to find the upgrade perk for the persona, but it's not that hard. You know what? Apparently it is. Apparently this run is just not meant to do it, you know? It's just not meant to be. It's getting a little close, right? Not saying that we can't do it. I'm just saying, hey, it'd be great if we were to get it started, you know? Yeah. Alright. So the persona is at best gonna be half finished, but looking at our current luck, I'm just gonna go ahead and assume shit's not gonna work. I'm just gonna have to go ahead and assume shit is not gonna work out. We're going to get a completely useless persona. For the most part. Can't even meditate properly. Boom! And you give us your monster card, but I don't want it. I don't want it. Give it to somebody else. Leave me alone. Great! We got a unfinished persona card. I mean, okay, let's have a look. What are the odds of finishing the persona? Okay, there's quite a few options. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 different options. Like, I don't know how many times we re-rolled, but it just wasn't meant to be, you know? Okay, let's duplicate... Wait. Oh, you're the wrong person. What a waste of a copy event. What a waste of a copy event. I mean, it's an auto run, so we might as well finish it. But yeah, this run could have went a lot better. Like we have a half-eaten persona. We have a half-eaten persona. Okay, not even half. We have an unborn. We have a newborn persona card that's kind of doing nothing. And at least we got a nice gear piece. We got a nice gear piece. And we at least have the right amount of copies. But besides that, nothing really worked. So it's okay. Next run's gonna be different. Because this one has 8 elite areas. Very, very good chance for us to get the persona card, you know? That's what I'd like to tell myself. I mean, I think the odds aren't that bad, right? If we have more elite areas, chances are we find the Dominion guy. And that is super sensible. And also look, unidentified area coin. Already a good start. Already a good start. Let's get those hopes up. Because that's how you get disappointed, by getting your hopes up too soon. Okay, let's see. Snack them can stay, this can stay, this can stay, this can stay, you can stay. Let's do a couple rerolls. This is again the wrong thing. We are not looking for extra attack damage on Ray. Ah, this is what I was searching for. At the start of the turn, activate one random lead card in hand. Yeah, multifaceted but I was looking for the multifaceted parallel nexus on her, so that we can actually trigger one of the lead cards for free, saving us the need to get a divine. Don't ask where the coins went. Okay? Please don't tell me you give me, like... Don't be a bitch. Don't give me a good, like, engraving. This could have been so good. We buy the item here. We put it on fucking Ray. And we get something great. And then, boom. Big work. But, maybe we should take the coin. Let's take the coin then. At least we made our coin back. Yay. Okay. Can we at least get the right... Okay, we have the right persona base again early. Can we actually make it work? Also, this time Cthulhu is gonna give us good shit. She's gonna give us... He's gonna give us some really, really good stuff. He's going to come in, he's gonna give us the dagger, and it's gonna be enchanted, and we're going to be super happy. And look, we even got the right epiphany here. To be fair, the pink cats do look confusing. No, you know, I think... Like, I thought I clicked on it. I thought I had it selected already. I believe. But, yeah. Okay, we still have a untouched persona. Not in a good way. This is the guy we don't care about. We don't need his monster card. What is Dominion doing in this chaos anyway? Like, seriously. Why is he... why is he here? We can't start with the unique. Because if we do, we're never getting rid of it. So we just need to absolutely re-epiphany that one. Give me more credits. Assault Gauntlet. If a card of this unit was discarded. Yeah, sure. Come on. Half a persona. I'm not asking for the entire persona yet. I just need half of a persona. Yep. Okay. I'm just gonna trust them with Fermata. Surely they're not gonna kill me. Oh, torture toolbox. Nice chest. Bloody pendant's a bit weird. Nothing useful. Nothing to cut yet. I mean, we could cut the basic. And now we can re-epiphany into the 150 version. Or maybe we can get the neutral with the one draw. Okay, we get the 150 version. That's fine. That is alright. Cthulhu. Okay, Cthulhu dagger, right? Cthulhu gun. Like, I knew it was a mistake to put the Cthulhu gun on the website. I knew it was a mistake. I was sending the wrong signals, I tell you. But sure, Cthulhu gun it is. Why not? Can we get... Yes! We got half of the card finished! Let's go! We finished half of the card. Woo! Would Cthulhu Sword stack if you have it on 3 units? It would. No. I tried. Okay. Nope. Oh. Not because it's actually useful, but so that we can get the epiphany and then cut the epiphany, or I guess cut the card, not the epiphany. And now we can continue looking. Fixed damage. There we go. Sad for the Cthulhu gun, but sometimes even the best need to make way for the new generation. There we go. Okay, come on, something nice. 1 Umbra. These fucking jokes. They're being really funny today. Okay, do I need to meditate? I do not. We have what we need. So we can rest. We can rest. You gonna die. Puff, enemy dead. Watch. Puff, enemy dead, I told you. And this time we picked the right copy target. Copy the right card, if you can believe it. Actually gonna say this, because we need the credits. We need the monies. Is tennis purple card worth keeping? I'll be honest with you, it's easier to remove it and then put it back than to remove it later. But if you build a proper deck, you can get an additional 10 to 15,000 damage from that card alone. It's all just a question of, does your team have the ability to draw an additional card? But it is also retained, so you don't have to draw it an infinite amount of time. So I like this one. Select and exhaust up to could also mean we select nothing. So this one is a good snack time. We don't have to re-epiphany. That one saves us a bunch of coin. And here we finish off the persona. And then there's people that say confidence is key. I was very confidently wrong. Scam. Alright. Hey, Nobis812, appreciate the follow. Thank you. Alright, then let's see. The start of the turn of link cards of allies are in hand? No. Sword? No. Chest? No. Chest? I like my current one. And we still need to find the triangle. But it's time to re-epiphany. So we are looking for draw one neutral or the upgrade card. Okay. Three. No, it wasn't 3-3. I think it was 2-3 for the coin. Well, I tried. Don't you need to remove the triangle from Tenebria first? Give a light about personas to Tenebria and supports for her, I beg you. Yeah. So supports for Tenebria is going to be Naja or Ray. Those are going to be the most effective ones. And then in terms of persona, you want to go with the double discard persona. So let's see if we can find it, just so you know what I'm talking about. No, but the one that says discard 2 plus damage bonus and you put the 30% attack multiplicative on it twice. Fuck yeah, we finished the persona. Awesome. Don't you need to remove the triangle from Tenebria first? Can't find duplicates, no? Is that how this works? Can you not find duplicates of gear? Like, I never had this issue. That is really interesting. Huh. Cool. It never bothered me because I usually don't gear my people. Alright. The more you know, then let's do that. That's sweet. Not really helpful, but pretty sweet. I mean, I guess in this situation right here, it's pretty fucking helpful, I'd argue. Seeing as how we wouldn't have been able to find the item we wanted to find. Copy event is great. We are going to copy this one here. And we are... Hey, look at this! Huh? Awesome. Okay, it's getting a little close. We kinda need to find a chess piece with a yellow perk. That'd be our next goal. Also, we probably... I think we want to cut Predator's Blade, all things considered. And we do have enough money to do both. So, Predator's Blade goes. Meditation on this striker. I'm having a good feeling with this one. Again, we're looking for the draw one neutral. We can also complete that or finish that after with like a neutral core, but okay, this be 2 morale, be discard all basic cards at 1 hit. Alright. Well, we tried. Duplicate gear in the same run now. Also, are you keeping Predator's Blade in the saves? That got sent late, LMAO. It got sent just in time. All good. Pew! So we still need that final... oh, there we go. Come on. Lux, 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 Lux. Fucking bitch. Alright. We still have the final boss, you know? The final boss is surely going to have what we need, right? Now I'm wondering, do we go for another copy of a Tenebria card, of a Ray card? I don't think so. I think we're gonna pick it, and then we're gonna be like, wait, it was a prank, and then we skip. Why couldn't it have been Lux plus 1 Lux? Why is it Lux plus 1 Umbra? I would have potentially even thought about taking it, but I guess we're losing 30% damage bonus on the persona. What can you do about it? What can you do about it? Shit happens! It's alright. So, maybe we need to take Ray out of the mental hospital. I think she's been in there for months. Yeah, I do believe at this point it might just be months that she's been chilling in there. Why not press credit and then skip much faster? You're not wrong. You're not wrong, but I don't really need to save myself the 1 minute and 30 seconds if I do it every time throughout a run. I can live with the minute 30 seconds, you know? Okay. So, Ray testically, let's have a look at your save data. Is this one? Let's just put it up there. No. It's also no. I have too many Rays as favorites. What about 3? Okay, that works. Alright, let's edit the save data. So, this is going to be a 1 tap. Watch. It's going to be draw 1. Maybe not. Alright. We might have to rely on good old Mr. Salty Shop. Luckily, it's not that expensive. It should be a 1 in 4. It should be around a 1 in 4 chance for us to get what we need. No, not you. Whee. Equip. Edit. Apply random common. Resolve. Great. There we go. Draw 1. Light work. And now we could stuff this full of divines if we're funny like that. Or we could accept this deck as being finished. A little divine never hurt nobody. That actually works out rather well. Okay. Okay. You know what? If the game is kind to us, we might as well repay the favor. I gotta be honest. Them introducing these chaos cards was not a good thing for the game. Because you might call me a gambler at heart. And every time I finish Sortie, I instantly spend all my resources. The only time I saved them was when we did like that tourney prep thing. So, 0 cost. or anything else nice. Tenacity, no. Let me give you another chance. Huh. No. Okay. Sure, whatever. This is gonna be fine. Now, let's actually seriously build a support again that can pack a punch, take a punch, eat a punch, punch people, something like that. Yeah. Yep. So what exactly am I building? Probably this one. +8. +6. 8 wins. Nine 3.9%. And then the sword. It's a lot of health. But health isn't too bad. Okay. For a level 50 Ray, I think she has a pretty chunky constitution. Very curious how this is gonna go. Only problem is it requires us to reset the entire tower. It's gonna be fine. We've now invested a lot in terms of mental brain power into this deck. Let's see if it pays off. We're running into an issue. We don't have enough supports. How do we solve that? We could steal a Gaia. Alright, Pono Koko Poko Koko Kopodo Koko Kodo Poko no Kono. What is this Cassius doing anyway? I think it's time we build another support set, because I do believe myself to be capable of having 2 support sets at the same time. Usually. So, no, health main? What the fuck is this? Why do I even have that? Health main. Crazy times. Sure, let's just go with this one. Fuck it. No. And whenever we get a health-based damage dealer, that's one of the highest crit chance values I have on my entire account. What the fuck? Let me see. 5.9. 6.8. Yeah, that might... Is this the single highest amount of crit chance I have on my entire account and it happened to go on a fucking support piece? Nah, right? That couldn't be me. The fuck is this? 7.2%, huh? I mean, obviously it's also on an ideal, but like you get what I mean. I still lost the run. I still lost the roll somehow, and I need to blame somebody. Yeah. That's what I need to do. Okay, what about this? What about you? What about here? What about this? I guess we can steal this one. That's okay. It's a bit of defense. Some health. And then a bunch of defense. Awesome. Okay. Let's see how this goes. So, this should be big Tenebria. So, upgrade card out first. Makes sense, right? Logical. Mm-hmm. No, that's whatever. I wonder how much I relied on the cost reduction from Naja before. I do wonder. Alright. Select and exhaust. Nothing easier than that. We are going to exhaust shuffle. Because I need to get rid of it anyway. I mean, she said it. It is clearly the time to shine. Alright, dice trick. The upgrade card. Encore, because why not? I don't know, it feels wrong. I never played a deck before where I had two of the buffing personas in. Because I never bothered farming the buffing persona much outside of Cassius. So this feels a little wrong, not gonna lie. Why are they 0 cost? Ah, yeah, no. Why are they 0 cost? Ah, because it's until activated, yeah. With this weird cost reduction, the entire arpeggio turn order thing is in disorder. Alright, this could be fun. Yeah, we might really just not have enough base draw, unfortunately. You should be 0 cost, and you shouldn't be cost reduced. Yeah, I guess that happens when you get a couple of these at the wrong time. Not that it really matters, like we can just take care of this. Yeah. This boss? He's in trouble. Like, we didn't even properly play anything. But yeah, I want the activate on discard. I want the activate on discard. Like, so my idea here is to be able to afford to play something like this Striker Darkness or this Striker Darkness. I want to use this persona to discard one of the spotlights, one of the like arpeggio cards, and then discard the one of the lead cards and then get those to activate. Or we just have to get a bit lucky in drawing them at the beginning of the turn. Both end up working equally as fine. You don't say. I guess, people, it might just be the time to shine, if you can believe it. Yeah, we might just need even more card draw. Or, I guess, any outside of Cassius? Wonder if we can somehow get around that and still use Cassius. The fuck? I thought it was like an Amber Alert or something, but no, nothing happened. Interesting. Yeah, give me those three in that order. Okay, I've ruined the order. Unfortunate. But not that important. The enemy is still getting his ass kicked. How many Ray cards do we even have to play? Does this even work? We do have 3 Ray cards to play. So, technically it does work. The only issue... Yeah, we might just have to try and find some AP somewhere. Somehow. And then, because it won't be Cassius where we find it, and it cannot be Tenebria, because Tenebria is already... Like, this deck is super AP cheap. Then if it's not Tenebria, and if it can't be Cassius, then it has to be Ray. Or we just swap out Cassius for Naza. But does this go well? What happens if I swap Cassius for Naja? I mean, we wouldn't have any AP problems, but we also wouldn't really be drawing much. But we do have a lot of draw inbuilt already. Maybe that is the move. Damn, how did she die? What the fuck? Alright, let's see what we can do against this guy in a singular turn. Alright, I think that should be okay. Bam, bam, bam. And then this one guaranteed draws us the other ones again. Oh, he's dead. He just doesn't know it yet. Maybe he does know it. But yeah, we're definitely not yet where I want to be with this deck for sure. I mispicked. Or did I? Would I even be able to... I mean, yeah, I guess we could try to sneak our way through it by doing it like this. You are dead in both cases. No. Alright, so we did one turn the guy. It's just... we could have done so much more damage. Could have done a crap ton more damage. Let's think about it. So, the Devil Dice with cost reduction goes nowhere. Cassius. So Cassius is gonna cost us, let's say, 2 AP in a turn, right? We start our turn with 3 AP. Cassius, if we want to do Joker and Persona, he's gonna cost us 2, right? Cassius is gonna cost us 2 AP. Ray, on the other hand, she is going to cost us... this one's gone, so this doesn't count, this doesn't count, this doesn't count. Ray is hypothetically going to cost us also 2 AP. That's already 4. And then... alright, let's try that with Naja then. See how that goes. She should still have her gear. She does. She had this gear since like forever. Okay. Which rhythm card do I like the most? Arpeggio is still my favorite, but after that it'd be crescendo and bass rhythm, then fortissimo, and then staccato. Staccato and fermata. No, I don't know. Fermata just... I'm not... like, there's nothing wrong with fermata. It just rubs me the wrong way. No real explanation on the whys, hows, and whens. It just... I don't know. Don't like it. Is there anything I'd like to exhaust? Not really. Maybe I have to sacrifice a bit of top-end damage for consistency. Yeah. That would probably go a long way. So here, before I start drawing, I just get the cards in order. Oh yeah, because it's treated as a common card, duh. And then do this, and then do this one. GG. Yeah, I think this works out. Makes the deck a lot more consistent. Should probably make it so that our draw is enough. Yeah, it probably gets the job done. Wait, why did I select this last? No matter. Okay. Oh yeah, this is gonna be bad for the enemy. Like a proper horror, if you will. Enemy doesn't even know what hit them, because we haven't even hit them yet, but they are already dead. Just don't know it yet. Also, I fucked up that selection quite badly. Wait, but does Naja even work here in the way I'm thinking of using her? I mean, it goes 0, 1 T, and then we go with the 2, and then it starts at a 1 cost. But we only need to reduce the cost of this one time. Oh, and there's even a way we could force it, no? Okay. But we already did that. If you're wondering what am I doing, what is he yapping about, I'm trying to figure out card interactions. So I know how I want to like end up playing my turn order. That singular card did 41,000 damage. It did 2 hits of 17,000 and a 7k hit. Yeah. Nah, this is gonna be nasty. Alright. But let's get through the setup. Yeah, I feel like we're getting somewhere. Select highest cost first to draw lowest cost. Yes. The way you think of it is, think of this as your deck, and then which cards do you want to put on top first? So if this is your deck, and then you decide to go 3 cost, 2 cost, 1 cost, or 0 cost, and then you draw one, then you're always going to draw whatever you put on top last. Yeah, I don't even think there's much we can do here, or need to do here. I guess we just have to treat this as a setup turn, because right, there's still a couple cards we want to potentially get rid of. Obviously not that one. That one is one we actually want to play, if you can believe it. Yeah, interesting stuff. We're going to have 4 cards that we retain at all times. Surely that will never be a problem. I mean, now that I think about it, it probably wouldn't even be a problem. Just the cool part. So let's see how long it takes us to potentially get those back, if we were to try and do so. And then we do bang bang boop, and then we can do this for free, this for free, big damage. Yeah, this team is gonna be deadly. This team is gonna be really deadly. Boom. Okay. Let's see. Bop. Dead. Let me have a look at the arpeggio cards again. This is gonna be 0, this is gonna be 0. None of these would be reliably 0, yeah. So, okay. We are getting close to actually being able to do a little something. I always like to do a little something in terms of damage. It makes you feel good. So, let's see what we can cook here. It's a bit unfortunate we don't have Tenebria Ego Skill on the side. But I wonder how much damage we can do even without the Tenebria Ego Skill. That is going to be a really good test in terms of what is the potential of this build, you know? Yeah, the cost change is annoying. Maybe we find something that like becomes cheaper. Like this enemy is like just weird to fight against. He can't properly pull any combos. Can't properly do anything else really, because it's just, yeah, it just decides to do whatever the fuck it wants to do. Eh. Good damage. Okay. Let's see, we have call and response, we have this in the hand. That's okay. Okay, let's see how we do. No Tenebria Ego, because Tenebria Ego skill is a bit of cheating, I guess. You could say Tenebria Ego is you're cheating a little bit. Oh, he's not gonna like this turn. This boss is... He's gonna absolutely hate this turn. He's gonna wish this turn never happened. Yeah. Okay, let's see. I still feel like we're missing one of the personas. Decrease cost, activate highest cost. You don't draw me anything. What do we do? We drew one which gave me the arpeggio. That was okay. Alright. And now... I mean, photo time is already 0 cost, so... Might as well make our hand a little more empty. And then let's see. And here... Ooh... We could already try to pull off a bit of the combo. Or is that too greedy? Nah, should be fine. See if we can get the basic attack increase somewhere. No. Yeah, we want more draw. There's so much shit we could do. But yeah, some of these cards, yeah, they drew into themselves, so on and so forth. Some of them are like cheap, but there's so much buffing, so much more damage. Like, look at this, 150% multiplier. Say less. Where do I sign up? Luckily for us, we don't even need that. As far as I can tell, we don't even need that. Boom. Bop. Yeah. Okay. What if I... Do I make my life easier? Nah, it's okay. So we do the 0 cost, and we get ourselves the 1 cost. The 1 cost is used to draw the 0 costs. And then once again we can draw the 0 cost, and the 1 cost. The 1 cost is going to be used to draw the 0 cost. Here, now that we've drawn an additional card, because this is treated as a common card, we can actually attack. To reduce the cost. Okay, I guess we didn't reduce the cost of anything in hand, but that's alright. Yeah, sure. Let's do this. And then just for the finishing touches, might as well just discard them and just get them back. Yeah, it's alright. Yeah. I don't know, there's still something to be done here for sure. Oh, this thing only hit for 4k damage. How did that happen? Oh, because we're mainly boosting basic attacks, aren't we? So we're not really boosting this call and response higher than its 450 base, huh? Well. I mean, I like Ray here. She gives us a big boost. But we'd probably be balling more if I just stick to Naja Cassius. I mean, let's have a look. Let's have a look at the hypothetical, right? Let's say we do not have to draw any of the Encore cards in the Tenebria deck, and we don't have to draw a call and response, and we don't have to draw photo time. Then that means we still have to draw Encore, we still have to draw a Persona of Obsidian, and we have to draw a single Spotlight. So 3 draw goes on Tenebria's head to set a turn up. 3 draw goes on Tenebria's head. Naja, if we retain both cards, we don't actually have to draw anything. we only get extra draw. And then Ray. Ray, we have to draw 3 cards. But one of them can kind of like draw itself. And help us draw something more. Maybe Najah's not the answer. Maybe Najah's not the answer. Maybe the answer to our prayers comes in the form of Typhera. Let's see. Select and create. No, it would obviously probably be the gamble archetype. Then we'd have to draw. The retain thing can stay retained. It might just be gamble time. Hui! Okay, let's see how this goes. Veronica is the answer, bro. No. I mean, I guess at this point there's no difference between using Veronica and using anybody else. Yeah, you're not incorrect, right? Technically there's no difference because we're not getting any particular damage boosts. Yeah, the problem with Cassie's just ended up being AP. But we could try to solve this with Ray. It's just we don't have enough. Like, it sounds dumb, but we don't have enough Ray cards to fully make use of Cassius. Okay, what about like a super simple Ray deck? But then obviously we wouldn't be having any draw. I mean, here we'd be getting a bit of morale. The material generation unfortunately actually stays. Too many Predator's Blades we'd have to draw. Forced Learning Apparatus could be cool. Upon using 4 cards, draw 1 time per turn. I mean, this is certainly a fun deck, just not a very effective one. Because I don't need all this, like, exhaust. Here, the only benefit we have is a bunch of Dominion, but, like, too many Dominions. This one here would work. But I like the basic attack damage increase. But here's the thing, Malin was cracked anyways, it's full circuit paradox all over again. Tenor released for already broken unit, which circuits back to her being useless. Tenebria is useless? Huh. Malin, Veronica and Tenny is correct. Mono red. It's pretty sweet. Mono red is pretty sweet. But I'd have to spend 340 gems so that we could potentially level up Tenebria, potential level up Malin so that we could actually use Malin. And I'd have to build a Malin deck. And for that I'd have to do Sortie so that I could get 3 extra Chaos Auto attempts. No, but I feel like there's something I'm searching for in here. I'm not entirely too sure, but there's something I'm searching for in the Ray deck. Like, Ray is the most changeable, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know, there's something with this Ray where it's going to make things make sense. But we need to get out of this, like, they should change the sound of simulation. I don't like being in a submarine. It's weird. Yeah, I mean, one of the potential things we could do is if we run or continue to run with Cassius. I mean, is there another way? So let me just give you the base idea here, okay? So the base idea of this Tenebria deck is super straightforward. Like, Tenebria is super self-sufficient, right? We have this spotlight. This spotlight would always draw more spotlights, so we never have to draw 4 spotlights. They'll all just appear in our deck, right? Like, or better said, they'll all just appear in our hand. And the combo is pretty straightforward. We take the Arpeggio, and once we play an entire rotation where this one draws this one and makes it 0 cost, that then draws this one and makes it 1 cost, this one then activates this one, which is going to activate one of these. Basically, like playing an entire Arpeggio rotation is rather simple, right? And once you've played the entire Arpeggio rotation, we are then going to pick out the 5 and pick out the 4. We're going to pick out the 5 and the 4. And then and also the 1. And the reason why we pick out the 1 is so that we can draw 2 of the lowest cost rhythm cards and decrease their cost by 1 until activated. I mean, I guess there's a rather simple way to force it with a nausea, and that is, I just need to use any attack card and reduce this cost to 0, because it's gonna stay 0, which makes this entire combo 0, which gives us a lot more AP to play, but it relies on nausea. Nausea is already here for that, so that doesn't work. Can I use my stupid Season 1 deck? Do I still have that? I mean, I would have to be a little unreasonable and use something like a removal. I mean, I'm not going to use this removal core anyway, so this could at least be very interesting. Okay, let's try that. But then we only get an 80% bonus. But I guess it would also answer the question of, do we even need such a big damage bonus? Like, do we even need a 100 and a 150 and a 80%? Or is it 80% by itself just already enough? Okay. How's that deck? 180 save data if you still have the basics? That's why it's 180 save data. Oh, you mean how is my Tenebria save data 180 if I still have the basics? Have a look. We have 4 copies and 5 divines and a persona. So that is 100 each, or better said, that's 100 total just for the divines. 40 for the copy, making it 140. 20 for the persona, making it 160. And 20 because we cut 1 skill card, making it 180. She isn't in tier 0 on Pride Win. Oh no! They didn't put her on tier 0 on Pride Win. What am I gonna do with my day? Yeah, tough times. Okay, this could actually be a little harder than I imagined it to properly use the 0 cost one to get me what I want. Because we have to cycle through our deck. It's going to be okay. Because I only have to trigger it once. Time to shine. I must select a card. Wait, what? But it was never my intention. Where? Okay. So we're going to pick. But this is praying. I don't want this thing to come down to me having to pray to get the right thing. I guess we're gonna keep this card in hand until we can properly use it. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. No, I'm not doing this. No. I'm just gonna do what I wanted to do before. Like, Ray is fun and all, but honestly, goodbye, Ray. We see each other later. You're giving me a bit of a. You're giving me a bit too much trouble. I'm just going to pick my Naja, because Naja is easy. We're going to pick Cassius, because Cassius is a baller. And then we're going to just go in and we're going to beat floor 135 and we're going to smoke that shit. Would it be worth it to make a Kairon 16 sub morale buff with Brand of Annihilation? You can find bigger than 16 morale buffs without having to build a Kairon as the base to do so. Like, you'd at that point probably just rather be better off doing it Ray as the booster. Yeah, fuck it. Probably should have picked the Naja card instead of the Tenebria card. Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't yet do what I want it to do. But that's on me. Doesn't really have anything to do with what's going on here. No, I think we already have like the important pieces in play. Just need to get it to work. 0-0-1 cost. Ah, but then nah, it needs to be the 0 cost because we currently don't have any AP. So unfortunately won't be able. I mean, when do we best activate the Tenebria ult? Do we just do it before? I mean, it is a 50% multiplicative damage bonus. And this really doesn't do as much, huh? Miss call and respond. What did we have it on before? It was when we draw it, it gets treated as a rhythm card and we draw more. There is a lot of Smygate really obsessed with passion characters this season. It is indeed a passion season. We did get 3 new passion characters. 2 in a row, followed by a void, followed by a passion, now followed by a void. So you might just say they are also obsessed with void characters. Where's our quest card? Scam. Maybe we should use Adelheid. You know, maybe we should use Adelheid as our draw support. But I feel like blessing that like blessing scenario might just mess more things up here than it would help. So maybe we shouldn't do that. I really am unsure who we're best of pairing this with. But I just know for a fact that to some degree, most of the like per turn damage you see, at least in videos and such, is heavily reliant on triggering Tenebria ult, right? So I don't even know if you can count most of those as like actual per turn damage, because you don't get infinite amount of Tenebria ults, right? Like you're basically doubling the entire damage output by just making so that your 7 hardest hitting cards are just used twice. So there's definitely a difference between, like, I guess there's 3 stages. Not using Tenebria ult at all, using Tenebria ult earlier and not getting the 2-hit bonus, or using the Tenebria ult and getting the 2-hit bonus just to have the number be bigger. Hey, these shouldn't cost anything. The preview said they were cheap. The preview said these were cheap. Scam. Alright, let's see. Let's get this. So we definitely want to play the Persona. And then we can do a Nausea. Then a Full House. Okay, and then here we want to start a Spotlight at 2, 3, 1. So yeah, we can use this to draw the other one and make it cheaper. We can get rid of photo time because it's cheap already. Then we can play this one to draw 2 more. The 1 cost activating the 3 cost to activate the one that's in the deck. The 0 cost so that we have it gone. And now we just need to draw through the rest of our deck. Okay. Alright, let's get it. So we go 5, 4, or I guess this would be 6. So 5 cost, 4 cost, 1 cost. We use the 1 cost to draw the 2 0 costs. Is there anything else? we could do here? I mean, I guess we could try to cheese this a bit by picking up the 0 cost, then getting the 0/0/1 cost back, but having this turn into a 0 cost. Hopefully. Yeah, perfect, because we still have enough nausea stacks, which now makes the entire combo free for the remainder of the turn. And this enemy would be like mega dead. And then here we even have Encore, which we also could have used, which makes these things 2-hitters. Yeah. And this is without the Tene ult. Tene ult would have added another like 49% multiplier. Partner would have added a bunch of damage. The 7 hits, like the 7 hits is what really sells most of it. See, one of the interesting things is I don't think we still understand how rhythm works. Like, I don't think anybody actually knows how rhythm damage is calculated. Like, what do you mean damage per rhythm? And why does it seem to go higher? I think there's still a few questions. How's Tenebria so far? A lot of people are saying, oh no, she's out damaging my E6 Hype Mary, because I've seen this one clip where, you know, in perfect scenarios, she actually does really good damage with her ult. Like, Tenebria is an absolute beast if you have her ult active, especially this one at the same turn, right? Don't get me wrong. The damage buffs plus the double hitters make everything look 10 times more damaging. No, she can technically, if you like set up everything perfectly, you could probably do like 250,000 damage in a turn or something. It's just, it's not something that you can do every single turn, right? How strong is she in a every single turn potential? I don't even know. I don't think anybody really knows. Also, I misplayed this arpeggio order here. No joke, Tenny actually outdamages your E2 Hype Mary when she get all of Ray's buffs and haste engravings. Yeah, but the question is it on a consistent per turn repeatable basis? Or is it during a time when you use the ego skill? Now also the question is it something that you have to hold against Tenebria? The fact that her ego skill makes it so that for one turn her damage number just becomes so high that nothing survives more than a turn. Right? Is there an argument against or for her that she can just use an ego skill and eliminate anything in the game? Should you get her? I was wondering because I don't have a good passion DPS since you skipped Hype Mary but you're saving for Faye. I mean, if you're saving for Faye, then what's the point summoning for her if you then miss Faye? Like, if your decision is saving for Faye, then stick by it. If you can afford to get her and Faye, that's obviously a lot better. Can't every character do a ton of damage with the perfect setup? Exactly. Does she outperform an E2 Hyde Mary and Salty / Chaos? See, that's the thing. Both of them are really good in Salty, but I'd probably say Hyde Mary E2 is better in Salty than a Tenebria is. But it's not that far apart, which is pretty interesting. Do you think it's worth pulling her partner, because currently I'm using Shizuru's partner? Her partner has a special animation together with her. And you only get to see that animation when you have her. So there's a special animation that you get when you activate the partner skill, which looks like this. You see this blue circle below her now, right? This blue circle. But you get a big shiny purple circle if you activate Tenebria ult first, hers after. So the question is, do you care about that? Would Shizuru be good with Faye? I mean, you can certainly run them together. It's just there is no overt synergy that we'd have to become, like, aware of. What floor is this? 130, 115 only. The problem is, to properly showcase somebody's damage, you always have to go for 135. But getting there, it always takes so long. But I just want to give you, I guess, a bit of an example in regards to, like, how much damage does she do? Is she too strong? Is she too weak? So on and so forth. So let's go over to our friend Nasha. Because, yeah. Right? So, for example, here we have, like, this Tenebria build is insane. Oh, it's so great. It does so much damage, right? And then we do have the hits here, which is nice. Let me just check real quick. And then here we have the double hits. So let's see. We have the 80% bonus. We have the 21% bonus. And now here's the thing, right? The ego skill has been used in a very sensible manner, right? So the ego skill has been used, which means now he's gonna play 4 rhythm cards, and after that all of them do 2 hits. So the main reason, at the end of the day, why the damage that you're about to see here does what it does, right? Doesn't necessarily have as much to do with, like, general power level or whatever. It's more about the fact that here, you see, like, even this Encore, it doesn't even increase damage, it just draws, right? But, yeah, like, yeah, this, for example, here, the damage boosting, or, like, there isn't even much of, like, a damage boosting persona or whatever here. But yeah, so you see how if the ego skill, like, 15,000 damage is awesome, right? But if the ego skill from Tenebria wasn't active right now, this wouldn't say 15,000 plus 15,000, it would just say 15,000. So effectively, this entire thing here is only gonna do half the damage without the ego skill. Like, look at this. 13,500, but the only reason why it's 27 is because the Tenebria ego skill has been used in a way that it triggers the double hits here. Same is true here. And then also for that one as well, right? Like, yeah. It's smart. Then again, I think he has one of the hit encores in here, no? This one here? Let's see. This should be the hit encore. The first one here. Let me see. Yeah, so at least one of them. So at least one of the hits comes from something that's, I guess, replicatable multiple times a turn. So you see how there's like one of the hits here, then you get these two back. These two are now not necessarily fully stacked, but they are stacked. And then we have one hit here, one hit from the ultimate, and then one hit from Encore. One hit here, one hit from the ultimate, one hit from Encore. And then for the final one again, one hit, and then one hit from Encore. And then the final one is just going to be 2 hits. But it's all supported by the ultimate. Right? If you were to take this away, this entire 217k combo at... I mean, how many cards did he end up using? Basically, all of them was supported for the 7 hits. So this is going to come down to pretty much 7 times 15,000 less. So this combo actually only would do 110,000 damage in a normal turn, right? Wait, how does he get a 3rd hit? Encore. So you get the 7 extra hits from the ult by timing the window properly. And by playing an Encore, you make it so that you hit 3 times instead of twice. What's going on? Bro, choose Tenebria or Fae? Yes, that's a good question. That is a good question. But yeah. How do we, like... What are your feelings on Tenebria's damage if a huge part of it comes from the ego skill? Does that change anything? Or how would you have to judge her damage if it's reliant on the window during which you use the ego skill? Right? Like, how do you value it? Like, it would be a lot easier to be like, whoa, this shit is busted, if there was something like, let's say, if there was something in here like, let's say, you get the rhythm card buff and then every 7, like, you would swap, you know, like the first 7 get more damage and then the second 7 get like an extra hit, but that's not quite how the ego works. I'd say after using ego skill, use 7 basics, then we should value it since it be constant. Exactly, that's how I would value the damage amount per turn. If you wanted to see what like the actual per turn output would be. And then when it comes to per turn output, certain decks then become a lot stronger. They become a lot stronger than others. But yeah, I'm still curious. How the fuck does the rhythm calculation work anyway? I mean, look at this. Why does it say, let's say, 530 base? Like, how does this get calculated anyway? Like, what do you mean 351 but 530? The same, like, on this one it's not as like aggravating, but like the higher you go in arpeggio, the more confusing it gets, right? Like, this is supposed to be 108, but then damage for each rhythm. So the bass, or whatever the fuck, seems to be... here, we're gonna draw it, right? The base seems to be 506, but then why is it 1461, right? Bro, would the partner be important? Just for more damage. Nothing outside of good old more raw damage. Yeah, you do have to judge her with her ego skill, but the same way, like, we are also not just sitting here calling Nia the greatest support ever due to that one interaction where for one turn on using the ego skill one time you can disable your, or like get rid of your entire deck. It's like a one turn nuke, but that should be separate from consistent damage per turn. Exactly. Naja is the best support ever. I'm not quite sure what kind of discussion y'all are having, but you're coming to interesting conclusions. Is damage important in a game where you deal damage to win? Yeah, no, but the real question would be, how often would you be reliant on doing that damage? Maybe it's not as much of a problem if the target can die, right? Like, if the target can die, then doing a lot of damage in one turn is pretty fucking good, right? And then you don't really care about the turns after because the target is dead. But if the target cannot die, like, let's say Great Rift, where you need to do X amount of damage over 10 turns. You could say blowing your load. Blowing your load on turn... like, blowing your load on one turn and then just the other turns being significantly weaker would have to be something that's, like, maybe, I guess, held against the character. Your TENEBRIA would do 120k ego on the full cycle. Yeah. I know. There is a difference, though, between saying TENEBRIA does 250k damage per turn and 100k damage per turn. Right? You should like, see yourself how there is, in fact, a difference, right? If you're like, yeah, my TENEBRIA does 120k damage, or you just count in the ego skill and all of a sudden your TENEBRIA does twice the damage, right? But yeah, I don't know, we just need more AP on Ray somehow. Or I guess it all comes down to having Ray cost less. The problem is we'll never be able to have Ray cost nothing because a persona costs 1. Like, the main thing here would be the TENEBRIA deck is going to pretty much run you the Tenebria deck is gonna run you 4 AP. If you count the Persona, that's 5. You need to find... Okay, technically, I mean, you do have... Actually, it's closer to 6. Yeah, 6 AP is not that easy to find if we wanted to play like the full, proper, entire rotation. You can use Encore to make one of the combos cost less, so then it's technically back down to 5. But you only start with 3 AP. What's the issue if the damage is still that high? No, it's just... There's a lot of people that always like to make arguments about who is better where, and how like the devs have scammed them, because all of a sudden a unit that can consistently do 170k plus in, for example, Hyde Mary is supposedly doing less damage than a Tenebria, because a Tenebria can use her ego skill and do more damage in one turn. It all just gets a little wonky. No, I'm just trying to like make up my mind myself, right? I'd like to think over my takes so that I know that I'm confident with what I said, right? That I stand behind what I said. So I'm just trying to for myself figure out how I'm going to judge her, right? What this unit would contribute is that you don't have to delete basics. I mean, you do still have to delete the basic skills, but yes, depending on if you're a support or a damage dealer, she is giving you between 20 to 40 save data. Indeed, that is one of the biggest hallmarks of her, yeah. Time to shine. Okay, let's think about this. How do I do this best? What exactly do I want to do? So I want to do Spotlight, and we're going to pick up Arpeggio, and the one cost. Then we're going to be using Call and Response, which should make Arpeggio 0 cost. There we go. So now that it is 0 cost and we stay this way for the rest of the turn. Yeah, it might just be time to shine. But yeah, we get the combo in, we get those out. Now the question is, what do we discard then with the Persona? Maybe we're better off not doing it like that and just using Encore normally, because it is more damage. Because yeah, there's also a big difference. See, the crazy part is with this Persona season, there's such a major difference between how much damage your character is going to do or not going to do, depending on if you use the Persona in the turn, right? Like, the question of do you use the Persona, yes or no, has a significant impact on how much damage you're going to be able to do in one turn. Like it's actually kind of crazy. You don't even realize it, how much it is. At least sometimes you don't. So I should have just sent. I'm selling. I should have just sent mealtime along with it, because we don't really need mealtime. Just kind of here to chill. So, there we go. And then boop, bop. And then they're gone now. And, alright. So, do we already? No, I think we just play the combo normally. So, photo time is also going to be big damage at the end of the turn. But the enemies aren't even going to survive long enough to appreciate what we're about to do to them. And then here, here, and here. And then we can just make this 0 cost, and then boop. And then this one's gonna be big bop. Yeah, and then we're only dealing like 8,000 damage per. The reason why the damage is doing what it is, because we didn't use any ego skill at all. There's again a difference between using no ego skill or using the ego skill but not getting the double head benefit. It's a bit wonky. It's a bit wonky. Do you really think this discard persona is worth it? It's only additive 60, which is only 20 more damage than the draw 1 morale if an attack, and it doesn't discard. Aha. Do I think this is worth it? If you draw a card and it's an attack card, gain 2 morale is a plus 40% damage bonus. This persona card at base without any upgrades. I mean, I guess depending on if you look at it like that, where then the persona. So I guess it's an additive 80 versus a draw 1. Because in both cases, you're still going to get the multiplicative 60, huh? I don't know. I think additive 80 is pretty cool. But yeah, you're not wrong. The reason why this discard persona is in here is because we are running the Prelude to a Hero set, right? The only reason why is because we're running the Prelude to a Hero on Tenebria, so we do need to discard a attack card so that we can get the further 15% crit chance. Do I have spare cards to discard? We do, right? Like for example, this call and response can just go. We don't really care about it. Let's see. This mealtime can go. This Shackles of Hunger mostly can go, or it can stay and we can use it to give a damage buff. It doesn't really affect us much. So it's not necessarily about us not having the targets, right? There's always targets to discard. And you could also just discard something. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's whatever. In my opinion, Naja is the problem in this comp because Ray gets buffed more consistently with fewer cards. Photo time also seems suboptimal to me since it takes up a slot and it deals to the damage. It doesn't really take up a slot. And that is because you can treat it as a card that you can just use in the final turn if you really wanted to. Like, photo time, it's at the end of the day, photo time will be 10 to 15,000 damage whenever you need it. And you can just keep it in your hand. With the way we're playing this deck, hand size management doesn't really become a problem. So we can just keep it in our hand permanently. Which means effectively our deck is one shorter. Naja's never a problem. She is a solution. Yes, this is religious gospel. I mean, I find it interesting to see that you're like, Naja would be the problem in this deck. She doesn't really do anything, right? That would be a problem. Like, what do you mean with fewer cards? This one here, upgrade gone, always stays in hand, always stays in hand. If you really wanted to, yes, we could also cut this mealtime, but it doesn't really make a difference, right? So we never really draw these, and then these ones here are just free AP and draw that, I guess, replace themselves. So I don't really see how that could be more cards than a Ray, where when we take a Ray, she also has her own upgrade cards. She would also have something like a persona card, and we'd have to pay for the cards that we end up playing. But there is no doubt that the Ray damage buff is indeed the biggest, right? Like, regardless of what you do with the Naja, you are going to have or find it hard to compete against something like this. Not this right here. Fuck. You're gonna find it hard to compete against something like a 150, 80, 100, right? Rest in peace, Tenebria. She can't carry tower. Just build a different deck and then she can. I mean, like, if you just want to swap out anybody in between in the middle, you just have to just use a different Tenebria deck, I guess. Right, I mean, this Ray deck, what does she effectively have? She has one card we need to draw. This card's gone. This card's gone. And this card. So these three are technically gone, which means we have 3 cards. We have 3 cards that we still need to get our hands on. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I guess the bigger or biggest problem would be the fact that if we don't get it at the beginning of the turn, we have to end up paying the 1 AP for this Striker Darkness, for example. And something that also hurts a bit is this persona costing 1. What you mean and skills can draw? Snack time is not a permanent reliable draw. It just doesn't exist. Right? Like, it's not like I didn't play around with it. I mean, I see where you're coming from. But also, this tower. If you only ever go from 0 to 150, that's fine, but it starts to get a little tiring being the one that always has to play to 135 and then reset that shit just to swap a single person. Like, just let me challenge the stage. I don't even care. Just be like, yeah, you cannot get the sticker. And I'd be like, okay, sure. I don't even want the sticker. Leave me alone. Like, always having to just to change out one person, having to do fucking 35 stages, 35 waves. It takes a long time. Snack time doesn't exist is the saddest thing I heard today. I mean, the moment you use snack time, the moment it doesn't exist anymore, right? I mean, you mean to say that you could use 3 different epiphanies on Raid to buff Tenebria? Yeah, look! 1, 2, 3. Like, you see? Once you eat your snacks, they're gone. Exactly, that's how snacks work, right? Get the neutral 0 cost skill card withdraw / the AP divine. Which one? I mean, there's a lot of space open still in this. Like, this Ray deck is by no means perfect. It's okay, right? Like, for example, we could make this entire deck a lot cheaper by just getting zero cost on this Striker Darkness with a divine. This one is whatever, we don't care about it. The problem is we can't do anything to this persona. This persona is always going to cost 1, and it's always going to be something we would have to eventually draw, theoretically, right? Imagine deleting music start. Yeah, I thought about that. That'd be a pretty smart move. Attack exclamation mark would be a really good card to start changing. Okay, so I thought about, you know, I had a very, very poor time. Let me explain. So I had a very poor time a while ago where, like, this was before we got the divine course, right? Before we got the divine course, I thought exactly about this, right? What kind of neutral cards? Where the fuck do I even find the standard neutral cards anymore? I guess here. What kind of neutral card can you use that doesn't exhaust and provides a draw and could be modified with an additional draw or divine? Like an AP divine. Like, what kind of card could just replace itself and overall be kind of nice? And the idea would have been attack, right? The problem is, at that time, I then tried to farm a deck where I get a, like, good divine attack exclamation mark, and let me tell it to you like this. Let me tell it to you straight. This shit didn't go well. I spent a lot of hours. Remember, this was before, right? This was before the before the introduction of this was before the introduction of the divine course. Maybe you're just gonna pull the partner and get 10 randomly in the future? That is a weird strat. I mean, when you do get her, you'll have the partner ready, but you're not really gonna be able to make a lot out of the partner if Tenebria is not on your account, because the partner performs best even on somebody else when Tenebria is still in the team. You're saying it's not mandatory, but technically it is. And that is because one of, like, the main issue, like, I know that Ray is great. Like, I have my Ray deck that I would probably want to use with her. It's just, there's something missing in this deck, and the answer to that is we need more AP. Because otherwise we won't be able to play the full Tenebria combo. If we can't play the full Tenebria combo, we're letting damage go, right? I want to let damage go. I want everything to be fully buffed and then ready to be used, and I want to have a good time. But the problem is, right, this Ray deck is too expensive at the moment. And that is because Persona is 1, the Strike of Darkness is 1, and the other Strike of Darkness is 1. That's 3. 3 is 3 too many. If there was, for example, an attack exclamation mark in here, and that would also provide 1 AP, all of a sudden the deck would only cost 2. Find then a divine on Strike of Darkness and make it 0 cost, and all of a sudden it only costs 1. No, the problem isn't balancing AP with draw. We have enough draw, I think. I think we have more than enough draw. AP is... See, the thing is, AP is what stops us from being able to get the draw we want put together. But I guess I could, like, honestly, the thing is, there's no real point min-maxing. We can probably just whoop 135 even with the, I guess, subpar approach. Like, I might just have to accept that sometimes I can't get the 150 and the 100% bonus. Maybe I can only just get one of them. Maybe I can only get the support sometimes. Like, I don't know. Preferably, I'd like this to be as consistent as possible, but that might just not be something that always happens to be the case, you know? Oh, and also by adding in another Ray card, we have something else we can draw to trigger the Cassius draw, right? The Ray card currently only has 3 cards to use, and to get the additional draw from Cassius, outside of obviously his standard ones, to get that additional draw, we are required to play the Ray cards, which costs whatever it ends up costing, right? Send an AP Serenia, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, see, come on. Maybe this is the question you should have been asking from the very beginning. What kind of Spotlight Divine does he have? Maybe he doesn't have a draw problem. See? Now that you... Right? Like, you have full AP, so my problem was draw-oriented. As you can see, we have treated as a common card, draw a common card, which means our problem isn't necessarily going to be in the draw problem, if you will. Could also use the activate lead card item. Yes, we've already thought about that. As you can see, we have the at the start of the turn activate one random lead card in hand. And yes, my idea was to use that one as well. We just didn't get the engraving during the Ray run. As I said, the Ray run isn't perfect. One of the solutions would be play another sortie to get more 3 more auto attempts, or to just play the runs manually, right? Like out of all of this, the best way to like improve this would indeed be to go to the source, right? To go to the Ray run and see what's doable there. Alright, let's use the Tenebria Ego a little earlier here. Just so we can potentially get that like 7 use case thing out of the way. We probably won't. I doubt we're gonna be able to play yeah. I doubt we're gonna be able to play 14 rhythm cards against this guy, not with his HP. Yeah, so I guess he will also be mainly piggy banking off of the ego skill. But that's alright. That is okay. Is there a reason the activate all basic Striker Darkness not being used in your decks? Does it have some bad sequence with the arpeggio or something I missed? There's no point. Like, the entire arpeggio combo, if done properly, costs you 1 AP. So, I don't really see a reason for me to go out of my way to copy another Striker Darkness, so that I then have 4 Striker Darknesses copied. One of them doing damage, 2 of them boosting damage, 1 of them being the upgrade card, and the other one activating the basic cards. Like, yes, I know it ends up being a retain card and you can just keep it in the deck, but at this point it's like, sure, then I might as well just not use it. Strike of Darkness would be free if you apply a combo divine on them. Yeah. You aren't wrong. But Strike of Darkness would also be free if you apply a cost reduction divine on them. So that at least, I guess, means that there's multiple ways we can get to that solution. Combo divine was which god? Was combo divine exclusive to a god, and if yes, which god was it? Was it Mr. Caligo? Mrs. Caligo? I don't know. I don't even know if she's a Mr. or Mrs. Yeah, easiest to farm. I mean, unless you just don't get it, right? But yeah, at the end of the day, it all just comes down to the Ray deck. Same with how you could get Dominion. You do have the save data space to afford it, so you could get Dominion, right? But yeah, having combo on all of them is pretty smart. It's pretty smart. Yeah, the hand one. Yeah, I don't know what to do with call and response. Do we just entirely get rid of it? Do we keep it as a way to get even more rhythm cards into our hand one time? Questions over questions. What Persona's good? I mean, I guess there's two options. You either do the draw one with the 60% multiplicative, or you do the discard two with the 60% multiplicative. Both should work. Call and response epiphany with attunement draw 2 could help cycle better. Yeah, but we don't really need to cycle. We don't, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if we want that many. Yeah, but then it'd be, you know, I'd be feeling a little sad because we did have it before and I decided to swap it over. Yeah, but if we're doing Ray with the basic attack damage bonus, the 7 cost call and response really does no damage, like no damage at all. Yeah, maybe we should have just stuck with the 2 draw rhythm card one. I have a kind of a weird question. Since I already know Face Kit, would Veronica's partner be good for her? Let me recall what she does and how useful that ends up being. Marin, the attack would work, the extra attack damage would work, especially because it's her own created cards, right? But her extra attack damage doesn't come from the card, it comes from playing 3 cards and then an extra hit. When a skill card is used for the first time by the combatant each turn... The awkward part is she does do extra damage, but she also doesn't do that much extra damage, and the extra damage doesn't come from the cards themselves, but from an effect after playing X amount of the cards. So the top one obviously really useful. The bottom one should also be easy because she uses a whole bunch of skill cards, right? So the 25% damage amount to extra attacks would also end up working. It's just this 15% multiplicative to extra attacks of assigned combatants' abilities. I mean, abilities. Does abilities refer to something if it comes from a keyword? I don't know, but I know for a fact that Rosaria is incredibly good for her, right? Like, you get the 16% attack, you get the 20% multiplicative extra attacks, which also ends up working, and because she uses a bunch of skill or upgrade cards every turn, you would even start gaining more morale. Okay. Tenebria, what are you doing to me? What are you doing to me? Yeah, I guess we wasted a change core. We could have stuck around with the call and response, huh? Yeah, we probably could have kept the call and response. It wouldn't really mess up my rotations much. It would just allow me to potentially draw into one of the useful encores early. Nah, but it could ruin it a little bit. Because if this call and, or if the other call and response draws into the 1-cost version, that'd be pretty awkward. Because then the 1-cost version would draw the 0-cost and the 2-cost that becomes a 1-cost, so we'd end up playing 2 for the entirety of the combo rather than just 1. The best version, you think, would just be this one, that we draw 2 rhythm cards, and if it's in a draw pair activate when the rhythm card activates. Yeah, but it's also a skill card. But yeah, this one would make it so that we don't have to draw it. And let's say we play the 0 cost card, that's gonna draw us the 1 cost card. So that cost reduction works. But then this could draw whatever the fuck, ruining the cost reduction of the 1 cost card. No, it doesn't always. No. It moves in order. It moves in order. It doesn't draw in order. The moment you get anything that says draw, that's random. What it does, it is moves in order. Yeah, I mean the call and response 2-hitter is pretty simple, yeah. I mean the call and response 7 cost isn't really the problem. Never really was as well, I guess. Alright. Let's just see if we can cook a better Ray deck. And we are so close. We are so close to something disgusting. Or maybe we're already there. I don't know, it's hard to say. But at the end of the day, it all then comes down to me playing Sorty to refine the deck. I don't know if I want to play more Sorty. I mean, if I do play Sorty, we then also end up with more auto. It's always the same. Let's get this thing up. Right. Morale is indeed additive, yeah. Tene hungers for multiplicatives. Yeah, but at some point you run out of easy to reach, easy to grasp multiplicatives, you know? But yeah, I wonder, draw 1 versus, like, if you had all the draw in the world, you would obviously be better off. Like, if you had all the hypothetical draw in the world, you would be better off doing the discard 2 persona, right? But if you don't have all the draw in the world, is it just simpler to go with the draw 1 persona? I mean, at the end of the day, both still cost you 1. And one of them gives you plus 120. The other one gives you plus 40 on the hypothetical that you do draw a attack card. Let's say, yeah, anything below 40,000. Okay. Ray, don't disappoint me. Give me a deck that's like really great and stuff. Okay, let's remove 2 cards. Yeah, this should be alright. Maybe we even build like a Tenebria deck. Depends on what kind of event we run into. But It should be at least somewhat realistic. Decrease current health by 52 legendary, gain 300. Gain 300 is fine. It should be at least somewhat realistic for us to expect the Divine on Ray this run at some point. But who knows, maybe this becomes a Tene deck. You never really know. I mean, I guess you know the moment you pick up the Persona, right? Or you should know. So this is then a Ray run, because otherwise we're going to have a very tough time. We're going to have a very tough time getting a Persona finished on Tenebria while Ray is doing a breakdance in the background. I think that might be one of the issues with Personas. Due to them being so strong, you really want to make sure you finish him. You have to farm a better Ray too? Same. Yep, that's just the way it goes. Now, the big one though is... Do you maybe just leave out the Persona? Maybe that's best. Just skip the Ray Persona. You're like, yeah, you're not wrong. If we were to skip the Ray Persona, we wouldn't get the, what, 150 additive, but there's such a high likelihood of it going wrong and us not finishing the Persona. Maybe we'll do that for the next turn, or next time. Maybe for the next time. In your opinion, skip or draw? Why would you put a draw Persona on Ray? You cannot get the damage increase teammate Persona on a Ray if you put it at skip. Like, if you're not going for the plus 15% damage per Lux engraving, at that point you might as well just skip it. Kinda late. Is there a better Persona for Tenebria besides the discard one? It's not better. It's, I guess, equivalent. And that is just you do the same multiplicative 30 twice, but on the draw 1 base. Meaning that your 2 into a draws you 1 and a hypothetical plus 40 should you draw an attack card. So nothing really changed in terms of Personas. It's just a question of what fits into your deck better. Weakness, attack, call, and response. Big money. Big money. Fair, thanks for the advice. No problem. What the fuck is this? Another Cthulhu gun. We might have just been farming the wrong character. We now, every time we've done a raid deck and found Cthulhu, he's handed us a gun. The sick fuck. At least it's a fun looking gun. I think the thing I would want the most, just because I can, I want to get the Dominion card. Just because I can. I feel like we all live the same thing. I never get the gun on DPSs and always the accessories. Yes. Okay. First Divine Strike at Darkness of this farming attempt. Defeat, draw 3. Anything but this. Oh no. Like, defeat, draw 3. Really powerful draw. It's just, man, why the fuck are you so conditional? I think we're going to pick up, yeah, I think we're just going to pick up the base version and then I don't know, have the re-epiphany and hope for the best. Next. Oh shit, I didn't really intend to fight them. Skip or draw Tenebria? Both are fine. Like when you draw her, you can do so. When you pull her, right? When you pull her, you can do some crazy stuff with her. When you don't pull her, you can't do crazy stuff with her. But it's not so much to the point where you're like, yeah, you absolutely need her on your account. All right, now we're picking up the hairpin. Sad Cthulhu gun noises. Oh, it's the base version. Not too shabby. Would the hairpin work on Rift bosses? The hairpin works on anybody. Like, unless an enemy has an infinite action count, right? But if you can, I'd always try to get the Nightmare Toolbox, because it just, you don't even have to do anything, and it increases the action count, and also by 3 rather than by 2. Is there an updated Yuki build you can find? Yeah, you can have a look at my, I guess, ultimate Yuki guide. It is pretty much, yeah, it's still the same. Nothing changed with the buffs, but the deck became a lot better. I do like a follow-up in like a day or so. A day or 2. Or 3. I don't know. I'll do a follow-up with to it at some point. But, yeah, it's just gonna be more damage. Alright. Yeah, you know what? We might just be best off leaving the persona out, actually. Because, this doesn't look like much of a fun time. But also, do I even need a different Ray deck? What I actually need is Divines, don't I? And there's one surefire way to get them. I don't know. I mean, 9,000 points, that'd be 9 attempts. I kind of want to build a Mei Lin deck. Maybe I won't. Maybe I want to use these. Okay, half finished. Maybe I want to use these attempts here for a Mei Lin deck instead. For, you know, for the greater good or something. On the tasting event, option 3 and 3 gets you a mythic. Yeah, but it's always the same. It's the fucking dice, and I hate them. The dice, that is. So I never end up picking 3-3. Hey, we did finish the persona. That's something. Spotlight with attack weakness. Yay. Is it? I thought it was random. Yeah, but there's... Okay, it is random, but there's only one option. It is random in the sense that there's only one possible outcome, but it still randomly picks between one possible outcome. Yeah, like passion mythics are tough. I thought maybe they would want to add another one with like the hidden boss, but they didn't. So, rest in pieces and stuff like that, you know? Star Savior has an Omega banner. Good for them. Tough times. Alright, is this after this gonna be the copy event? It is, okay. So we don't have the right Resonating Darkness Epiphany. And we aren't even that close on the right Strike of Darkness Epiphanies. There isn't even anything perk worthy in here. Salty it is. Or salty it might just be. Salty it might just be, and we could potentially use the removal core to remove the persona from the raid deck we already have. Would it really solve any of my problems? No. Do I care for the persona to be there? Also no. But if I do remove it, that means there's only 2 Ray cards I'll ever be able to play, making this impossible to play with the Cassius. But there's only ever so much I could change here. Like, I could change both of them into combo or 0 cost. But the persona will always be 1 cost. And it's not like I can add an additional card like attack exclamation mark into it now. I don't know. I want to give Meilin a chance, a attempt. I want to see what we can what we can cook up. Wait, but no, Hype Mary will be fine. Hype Mary will be fine. I gotta ask myself, how would I even want to run this deck anyway? Well, we're going to see if maybe we can get like a good base to like work from. Meilin. Alright, so Tenebria goes, Meilin comes in. Let's see if we can get a good Meilin base. Is RNG which card Meilin can draw with her skill? What do you mean? If you only have 2 basics, she'll always draw her own 2 basics. There's no RNG to it. Because she draws her own basics. And unless you keep in the shield, it's always gonna draw the same. I don't have that many delegation modules, it's just the pass. If you have the pass... Ooh. Please? Yes! Okay! Come on, jackpot! Yeah, I don't think so. Like, even if we wanted to, there's... I mean, okay, maybe it's not that horrible. But it's unique, so we couldn't copy it. So it is that horrible. Fuck. I thought maybe if we keep the cost 1, we could then find a way to, let's say, just change the epiphanies later. But... no. It's unfortunately not how that ends up working out for us, sadly. Extra attack damage. Umbra. Okay, come on, make it divine! No. What the fuck is even this epiphany? 2 cost, draw 2 own basic cards, choose up to 2 cards in your hand to exhaust, and then per card exhausted, you gain morale and resolve. Who the fuck? Like, this thing looks like a neutral card even though it isn't. Harmony. Why the fuck would I look at the status of one John Seaman? Why is that relevant to me? This page does not exist. CZNW on iOS. Oh. So, yeah, so it's like, this should be the link. Neverness to Everness, NTE hits a historic low with its new banner debut at just 105 on the CN iOS charts, marking the worst debut in Big Gacha banner history. Chaos Zero Nightmare is on rank 24. Uh-huh. And that's on the entire bestseller list. Interesting. So, Chaos Zero Nightmare is above Zenless Zone Zero and above Wuthering Waves. Big money. And Arknight's Enfield is very far down. That is pretty interesting. That is pretty interesting. From June 18th until the present. Shout out CZN. Love in Deep Space. Yeah, I don't know what Love in Deep Space is cooking, but they've been cooking forever. Since forever. Yeah, they are just built different. Yo, Slay, what's up, what's up? Fixed damage. Link cards. Retain. Lead. Resonance. Haste. 1 per turn. Come on! Make it divine! No? Shit. We're going to find the move version at some point, and it's going to be divine, so it saves me a lot of time and a lot of resources. Maybe. Come on! Dominion card! For no reason. Okay. Could have been. Nah. Also struggling a bit with getting the persona we want. You know, it is a little sad that the purple cards most of the time get the short end of the stick. Was talking about when Mei Lin basics are converted in rhythmic cards by Tenebria. Is RNG the ones she moves in hand with skill? She only moves her own. Even though Tenebria converts them into rhythm cards, as I said, she only moves her own. Which means she'll only ever move her own 2 rhythm cards. How do I deal with my game stuck on verification patch process? Probably delete and reinstall. Which divine is better on Unity, draw or AP? You can't really get draw, but if you could get draw one of this unit or treat it as a common card, the question is, what does your team need? Right? Does your team need more AP to play whatever you want to play? Or does your team, or your entire deck, I guess, need more draw? That's something you can only really answer once you've put the team together and then check the entire thing out. Like, I don't know. It's impossible to say. But, I mean, you can never really go wrong with more AP, because then you can just stuff more draw on the other people without having to worry about the cost. The reverse is true. If you have more draw there, then you can stuff more, then you need to stuff more AP on the other people. Why do you even have these, like, bad 100 damage on turn 1 engravings? What are they for? I guess to dilute the pool. To dilute the pool of good engravings. To make it so that you don't always get the top tier things instantly during a run. And it's to give you, I guess, a bit of variance. A bit of like a feel-good moment when you find the engraving you're looking for. Wow, we are unlucky. Like, really unlucky. I would go for the common card Epiphany on Unity. That way when you draw one, you draw them all. Yeah. It's just might sometimes be easier, might sometimes be harder to get your hands on, right? Did I just refresh the exhaust to add 2 hit on the Umbra? Yes, but that is because I already mentally checked out of this run. If that makes sense. But no, that is what you'd be looking for, the 2-hitter, so that we can increase the exhaust level. Yeah, but the reason why we did the first boss is so we at least get a couple of the crystals of discord still, right? Like, technically we should have done the second boss as well. But, yeah. Okay, this is our last delegate ticket. And after that, it's probably going to be another sortie run. So we could potentially get a couple more delegate tickets. And then, we'll have to figure things out. I'm a bit frustrated that I wasn't yet able to, like, put my Tenebria vision into reality, in a sense. But I guess we could have probably been done already if I just played more sortie instead of less and then less tower. But yeah, we didn't do that. Okay, Spirit of the Aromata, that's not good. We want to get the unity of attack and defense as quick as possible, so that when we get a Divine Choose event, we'll actually be able to make the right choice. I was about to ask that if you already have a clear vision of what deck you want for Tenebria. Yeah, I mean, I have my Tenebria deck pretty much finished. But it's not a general Tenebria deck. The Tenebria deck is a arpeggio single target Tenebria main DPS deck. So the deck looks pretty much like this. So we're going to go with Arpeggio. We are going to do Spotlight at 0 cost with Treat It as a Common Card. And that thing 4 times. Call and Response currently is on the 7 cost. But maybe we'd be better off having it at that 1 cost, 2 cost. I don't know. Or maybe in the damage version. There's a bunch of ways. But the 7 cost, it doesn't hurt the deck. At least not really. Then we also have the Encore with the 1 cost and damage hit. And this actually has the cost reduction divine. Happened to go that way, so I'm just going with the flow. And then for the final touches, there is a persona. And that persona is, in this case, going to be the discard 2. But we could also do the draw 1. Both of them kind of end up in a similar scenario where there's only 6 choices. So it's pretty easy to build. And then there you have it. Right? Like the only reason why it says 200 cost is because we have 2 personas in. Right? But yeah, we have ourselves the 2 basics. We have the Arpeggio, we have Spotlight with Treat It as a Common Card, Call and Response, a Divine on Encore, Photo Time, and then Persona of Obsidians in there either. But what we currently have is the discard version, so this would be the deck we currently have. Still not 100% sure on Call and Response, and there might be some changes I want to make potentially to something like Encore, but for now I think that's pretty good overall. The only problem is what I run around her to support her, but there's also another way you can do this, which might even be a little, like, it depends on how you look at it. It might be easier, it might be worse, but there is an exact way where where you can run this exact same deck just with a different epiphany, and it does pretty much the same thing. And that is, you're going to go for the 2 cost Spotlight, but we're going to reduce it to 1 cost, and then you have this cost thing 4 times, right? And then instead of getting multiple, basically this Spotlight costs you 1, but you can activate 2 for free. The other one costs you nothing, but requires you to pay 1 cost when you actually end up using the Arpeggio combo, because you draw the 0 cost, and then the 1 cost, so that you're able to draw the 0 costs. Which means they both end up in a very similar space, in a very similar spot. So either the cost reduction on Spotlight or the... yeah. Like, the only difference would be our deck can have the Spotlights draw into themselves. This Spotlight can do no such thing. I used almost 100 on Adelheid and did not get that specific epiphany. That's the thing. You build it, treat it as a common card deck by playing a Chaos Run, not by using cores. And that is because there is, I think, 4 to 5 different events that have the ability to give you a divine of the specific god. Like, okay, the way you have to think about it, they treat it as a common card divine can only come from Caligo. Caligo is the guy who's on this planet, and if you want to get that divine, when you use a core, not only do you have to go through all the possible divines, but hit the right god and then the right sub-divine. Because there are certain divines that are available to all gods and certain divines that are exclusive. The easiest way to get treated as a common card is by getting it during the run and changing the base epiphany instead. Because at that point you're guaranteed rather than gambling. Yeah. Pretty much. Hashtag Cash Money was a lot better than Caligo. Probably. But I think she's a Mrs. So it would have had to be a Mrs. Cash Money. If I recall correctly, of the few messages I've seen in chat in regards to the gender of the guy. Ugh, why? But I mean, this 100% basic attack card increase, it is worth considering. I will be honest with you, this might be worth considering if you run her together with the Tenebria in terms of rhythm. But no. The reduce 1 cost, the problem is it lands on the unique card, so even if we were to try to copy it, that's not how that would work, right? Saw Tenebria go tower just now and I was like, the fuck? So Hyde Mary compared to Tenebria is the first thing to come to my mind. Hashtag exclamation, at question mark, hashtag cash money, yes. No, wait, at question mark, hashtag cash money, yeah. This could have been our Caligo guaranteed attempt at unity of attack and defense. Unfortunately, that's not how life works. Makes me wonder, do we have the space? I mean, we should have a lot of space, so we could probably divine another card. So the question here is on a Mei Lin. We're gonna obviously have to remove one of the skill cards. Flame Dragon's Jewel might just end up being the crit chance one. And then Dragon Spire Rising, probably the extra hit per passion card, even though it usually caps at 7. And then here, yeah, treat it as a common card would be awesome. Or 1 AP, which would be the cost reduction divine. So we'd still only be at 140, and then we'd have the ability to do, yeah, to put in a persona. The persona we already kind of have fixed at the damage amount to attack cards of this unit. This one then combined with the add 2 hits plus add 2 exhaust brings us to the question of which other card do we divine. Do we divine Spirit of the Automata? Spirit of the Automata, yeah. Or do we divine the kick instead? We could try both. How does that sound? Let's go with Aromata first, because it's a skill card. Cost reduction. But we'd still have to change the base epiphany. Maybe. But maybe we get a divine that makes us just re-epiphany the card. Come on, another Mei Lin divine? No? That's what I thought. I mean, they're both DPS, and it seems like the power of Tenebria is quite close to Hyde Mary. The situationally agreed. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. It depends on what you make with her, right? Like, I wouldn't quite say Tenebria is on the level of Hyde Mary. Not really. This was our final run, right? In terms of like... But playing an entire sortie run is gonna take so long! I want to build too many decks and I don't have enough. I used to have 3 different epiphanies of attack and defense, and that was a major feat before Flash/Crystals. Good time. Yep. Before things were easy like that, having like the same character and multiple different divines on like a 4 combo deck, that was pretty premium. Then again, farming decks, like if you truly wanted to get a specific divine, nothing is better than farming it manual. That was true then, that is true now. if I truly wanted to get a specific deck without spending salty resources or whatever, I would have the easiest time. Oh, another Caligo Epiphany. I'd have the easiest time doing that by playing and redoing the run until I get the right base Epiphany. Or even not just base. Oh! It's the combo divine, but it's on the unique card, so we can't copy it. Annoying. And also if we then re-epiphany the card. Ew, farming raised deck without salty is almost impossible. Yeah, pretty much. They should increase black mass you can obtain at least. It's fun, but it's still long to finish. They did increase the black mass you can obtain. So, yeah. You can now get more black mass. And, it's been a while since they did it even. Like, maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago? I don't know. Alright, let's see. Let's get rid of this one. I mean, you now get around, what, 9,000-ish per run? Which is a lot in the grand scheme of things. Okay. Subarashi. Jajan. Jajan. Move? Alright. Let's defeat the boss, and I guess then it's time for another salty run. I mean, who knows? Maybe the game even blesses us with a mail-in. But if I wanted to get a mail-in, what would be more realistic? Starting in with a mail-in and then getting a Tenebria, or starting with a Tenebria and then hoping for a mail-in? Probably the other way around. Alright. Let's just do stage 0. We just want to complete it. Give me a Mei. Come on. Give me a mail-in. I want a mail-in. I want to now. I want to play Tenebria mail-in. Come on, make it happen. Come on, Mr. Suspicious Wanderer. I know you want it. Which spotlight would I be using? My current favorite is the 0 cost. My current favorite is the 0 cost draw 3, but that's only for Arpeggio. Otherwise, I can recommend 2 different ones, which would be the 2 cost activate 2 or the 1 cost draw 2 reduce cost of 1. I think the first. So the first Epiphany is the most broadly applicable and overall feels the best. And then number 3 and number 4 are probably a bit more specific to Arpeggio as a playstyle. Mail-in, come on. Nope. 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 Scam. I wanna play with you, Karen. I'm just gonna say we got scammed, and we're going to accidentally lose 30 stamina. That is the solution. If I wanna play mail-in, I'm gonna play mail-in. However long that takes. They can't stop me. Because if I'm going to play Sortie, I'm going to have fun doing so. If we would lose, we could blame Kayron? No. At level 80 with max modifiers, because I only play with no modifiers, I got 7k. Okay, the 20%, the difference between the 7k and the 9k is the pass. Like the monthly pass where you get 20% extra Sortie rewards. That's where the difference comes from, right? So, like, I think it's... I think it's worth it getting getting an extra auto per day, which ends up to 30 autos in a month. And 20% more Sortie currency. Apply a Caligo Divine. Make it happen. Sure. Was there a way to rerun Epiphany while keeping the Divine so far, or the other way around? Yes. I mean, there's the major way, like you just play your run and then you use Sortie currency, where you can reroll Divines and keep the Epiphany, or change the Epiphany and keep the Divine. That is something you can do after a run, and they've now added an event during the run, where when you challenge the hidden boss, so like basically when you finish the current skill tree in the event chaos, and you want to change the current boss, there's an event that allows you to re-roll a card's Divine Epiphany. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Also, if you play Renault this week, you get more mass. I know. But I want to play Mei Lin, so let's see how long that takes us. Would a Tenebria be worth it if you already got a Diana and Hype Mary? Feels like she's very similar to them. She's not similar to them at all. The only thing they share is the same damage type. Like, at this point, you might as well say, fucking, I don't know, Kayron is similar to Rin, because they're both Void. Come on, give me a Mei Lin. Like, I know, game, you want to be kind and you want to give me, like, a good start in life with, like, specific characters, but... Come on. Nah. You know, do you think we'd be better off starting with Mei Lin and hoping for Tenebria, seeing as how Tenebria is featured? I'm just scared that most of the choices I get will be Mei Lin-centric rather than Tenebria-centric. Because while I do want to play Mei Lin, I kind of want to play... I mean, okay, let's try it. Let's give it a try. Let's start with Mei Lin. And then see if we can get a Tenebria. I'm so tired of being one-shot by the Colossus boss in Sortie, then just don't pick him. Right? The game gives you the option to pick between two bosses. If Colossus one-shots you, then don't pick him, right? That should work out. Or you'd have to, like, I don't know, figure out how you can beat him and then beat him. Nope. 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 They don't want it to happen. They don't want to let me run Mei Lin and her together in Sortie. Her and Tenebria plus Rita together was really fun. You want to beat his ass? Then, like, you beat his ass best by bringing high cost, low hit count, big damage people. So, like a Rita, a 9, that kind of stuff. Or you could just bring an overpowered Hyde Mary and watch him die, right? But, yeah. No, the thing is, when you fight against him, you never want to attack from his perspective, his right hand first. You always want to kill his left hand first. Which, because he's in front of you, you want to attack right, and then you want to attack left. Ew. Stockpile. Bah. Bah! Tenebria where? Tenebria, where are you? So, I am so smart that every time we leave, we trade 30 stamina for 360 currency. Now that we've done this a total of 6 times, we have enough to do 2 divines. So maybe the best way to play Sortie is to not play Sortie. Because we're going to get exactly what we need for this save data right here. Now, when I do this upgrade, I'm still not entirely too sure what it is that I need. But we might just be able to find it. Too vulnerable, I'm quite certain, isn't exactly what I need. And getting it twice doesn't really make me feel any better. Yeah. Now I'm kinda hoping we fail again. She fun to play? She is fun to play. Especially if you like Sortie. She's like, it's a big change in regards to what you'd usually do in a Sortie run. And what kind of upgrades you would usually pick. Transform? Into what? Huh. She cost you 16k crystals. Hey, that's 100 summons. It could have been worse. How do you beat the 96 to 100 floor? What's the issue? Are you dying too fast? Like what? I'm not too sure. It's been a while since we did 95 to 100, so I don't even know who you're fighting on that stage. So what is it that kills you? And then you gotta think about a way how you can fix that. You know what I mean? Like, let's see. Do we have? Yeah, we do. Okay, we can do one more. Like you go in and you see, like, for example, you could, like, there's a couple ways. You could, for example, just go with Dream World and give yourself a bunch of tenacity, or I guess fortitude, so you don't take any damage. You could just play a team with a lot of healing, so that whenever they hit you, you can just heal back to full. You could play a team with a lot of shielding, so that you never take any damage. Or you could just play a team where you do so much damage that they don't live past turn 1. Bunch of options. But the question is, what is it that you struggle with, you know? Malin could solo Sortie with two cards. True. Okay. Apply a random Divine Epiphany. Prayers. Always attack weakness. I am quite sure I'm not looking for always attack weakness. Is there anything cool I can buy? I probably bought them already in the season store, didn't I? Let's see. So that'd be the annihilation, oh! 3 divine cores. Ha! Say less. You know, I really like the cores that you get from events. Because you don't have to buy them. Technically. I mean, you kind of do, but you don't. You know what I mean? Alright. Surely 3 more attempts is going to bring me mercy and salvation. Tenacity damage. No. Coordinated attack. No. Yes. Yes. Yes, that's good. 0 cost, draw 1. That good. That good. Me likey. Me likey, that good. Maybe we just skip doing sortie and we do another run in the tower so I can finally go up there and then I can complain in the video if I ever, what do you mean if I ever? Like, whenever I decide to make the video, I can just be like, hey, here's how you could make the deck even better. But I'm not gonna bother with that. Haha. And then everybody's gonna be like, whoa, that's so deep. That's how that goes. Alright. Let's continue. Are we still live? No. No. You are watching a replay. You are watching a replay. You just started yesterday. Would the new is the new beginner banner changed? No. Your beginner banner is still 200 summons. You can pick any of the starting 10 characters. And then you also have a yeah, and then also no, I think that's it, right? Like you have the ability to pick one of any starting character by doing 200 summons, and then you can just summon on the standard banner and then the premium banner if you wanted to. You've been live for 5 yesterday. We've been live for like a while yesterday. Yes. Is she a must pull? No. I can quite comfortably tell you that she's not a must pull. Time to shine. Time to outshine. Outshine who? Outshine where? Outshine when? Outshine what? Outshine why? Would you regret pulling her? No. Time to shine. Ooh, I need to be careful with that. Could get annoying. What would you miss if you skip her? You would miss, like, you would, for example, miss one of the integral tools the moment another basic attack related character releases. You would miss Mei Lin's best teammate. You would miss a reason to play Rei and play her basic attack build. You could miss What? As far as I can tell, it says 1. So, You'd miss the lobby screen? Yeah, I mean, I guess that's an argument as well. But yeah. A very cute pink idol. Well, also true. Factual and stuff. Salty speedrun? Yeah, we could do a salty speedrun. It's just I don't feel like doing a salty speedrun. I mean, if we do it like this, it's only half finished. Yeah, we kind of have to do... Oh, I have to pick this one cost arpeggio. It's just... One cost arpeggio, if you could guess it, actually ends up being one cost, you know? Because it ends up being one cost, as you might have been able to guess, it's actually one cost. Tough times, right? Oh! We are running a gearless Tenebria. Mostly gearless. Huh. Interesting. How many pieces did I take from her? I present to you the Tenebria we used to be Tower Stage 115. Yeah. Good on you, Tenebria. Good job. I was wondering, I was like, wait, those numbers, they don't really seem like I've seen them be higher before, you know? Yeah, and then I remembered we gave a couple of her gear pieces. We borrowed them, or we gave them away and for a while. Shit. No wonder. There we go. Alright. Alright. Good job, Tenebria. You've performed adequately under extenuous circumstances. Alright. Gone. Make him go. Why did this do what it did? Is this just RNG? It shouldn't be. Interesting stuff. So let's get the 3 cost, the 0 cost, the 1 cost. Alright. Still have a couple cards we need to play first. Hui. This one, this one. Ah, why did I do this? Whoops. Yeah, I don't know. I still think there's... Yeah, there might just be another... That one Ray card missing. Still feels like we don't quite have enough... quite enough AP to do what I want to do. Wait, card to exhaust? No. We didn't even play the unique upgrade card. We really haven't done a good job at doing setup turns. Do people not read patch notes? Apparently they don't. I started the game recently, I'm level 47. Now, anything important to know to prepare before you hit level 50? Resources. If you want to, you can spend your last 3 levels pre-farming upgrade books, potential stones, and the like, so that you're ready to take your units to level 60. And when you do unlock level 60, there's only... Okay, outside... Let's talk about 4-star characters. For all 4-star characters that exist, there's only 1 unit that you should bring past the level 50, and that's going to be Cassius, because you want to unlock Cassius's top right potential. Cassius is the only 4-star support that would warrant going past level 50. Every 5-star support you can bring to level 60, and then I'd focus on your main DPSs first, and there's no problem in bringing somebody to 50 out of 60 and then leveling up their top right potential. You still end up getting a sufficiently strong damage bonus for your trouble. You got me to read patch notes for you? See, there you go. Light work. Bam, 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 boop. So, this one is gonna draw me cards to discard. I didn't really intend to discard anything here, but if they insist, I'm gonna do my due diligence and become a proper discarding member of society. Alright, let's see what we can do in a turn here against these evil enemies. We're actually going to give ourselves an additional AP with Ray here. Yeah. Okay. So we have 1 bonus. Then we're going to be using a spotlight. With that spotlight, we're going to call or start the arpeggio chain. Ooh. Oh, this is gonna be tempting. So, big damage. Draw more. Wait, why did this not end up the way I thought it should? Hand size limit. Okay. Then let's not hand size limit ourselves. Yeah, I think that's alright. Mm-hmm. Activate the highest cost, decrease cost, decrease cost. Because we're missing the highest cost one because it's currently somewhere else. But that is okay. Because we don't really need to get fancy with it. We really don't need to get fancy with it. Simple is sometimes best. And this was without Tenebria ult. So we didn't get the 49% Tenebria damage bonus. Nor did we get the double hits. These double hits came from Encore. Yeah, sometimes life can just be that easy. But yeah, if we can perfect this deck, I'm gonna be a happy person. If we can perfect this deck, I'm gonna be happy. Time to shine. Alright. So, let's see what kind of like easily exhaustible card. I mean, here, we obviously want to get rid of Shuffle. We don't really care about it. It's just in the way of our rotation. Get those upgrade cards out. Time to shine indeed. Fortunately, not enough AP. Ah, you know what? Who cares? Surely the grinded deck they needed for this is Hectic. Yeah, that's the thing. If you want to make Tenebria go big boom, you want to do 5 divines. If you want Tenebria to go big boom, you want to do 5 divines. There's a couple different versions and a couple different divines with which you can get there. But at its core, usually it's between treated as a common card and cost reduction. There's the third Spotlight Epiphany is where you would want to get cost reduction. The fourth Spotlight Epiphany is where you want to get treated as a common card. Treated as a common card is rather easy to get by just playing the current seasonal chaos. And you don't have to hit the right Epiphany, you just need to get the divine. And then you can use the sortie cores to just swap the base into something else, which is what we've done as well. The Cassius deck is just the Cassius deck, right? It's the, oh, I've shown it a gazillion times on the channel, blah, 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 build the best Cassius, yep, right? It's that same guy. And, yeah. Bing, bop, boop. I could have sworn it took me AP to cost a card that doesn't cost anything. No, we just used 2 personas. I don't remember using that persona. I'm starting to become prone to dementia. Maybe I've always been. But no. Yeah, let's see how this goes. So we get the 1 Strike of Darkness, which is great. We can then use the Cassius persona, which is sweet, and then we can draw more cards. Here we can then start off the Arpeggio Chain, because we have to play that one first so that we have less cards to draw, meaning all our draws are higher value. And 1 Arpeggio Chain is enough to just send this guy packing, which is alright. So let's see. Yeah, okay. Hit you with this one, hit you with this one. Get the chain ready. Maybe we can kill this boss before they even move. If we make use... Ah, but haste is only on the last 3. So, I don't think we can get around that. Unfortunately. Alright. Yeah. Happens. I'm a bit confused sometimes. Like, does it draw lowest or highest cost? The Arpeggio Chain, the next one. It does lowest, no? So it's pretty important that we don't have any Arpeggios in the graveyard anymore, because then otherwise it messes up the rotation a bit. I need to keep that in mind. Alright, I guess we're just gonna play a very weak variant of the combo, just because we don't have the AP to afford the more powerful version. $16,000 base damage. No Strike of Darkness used. That is pretty deadly. That is pretty deadly. Sad life on the boss. Didn't even do any damage. Tough. Tough luck, Mr. Bossman. Boss woman. I don't know what you are. But... wait. Why is there only 5? Ah, because the 0 cost... I didn't have to use this. The 0 cost was in my hand all along. Alright, that's alright. Poof. Which persona should a Ray use in the basic attack team? You have 2 choices. You either do no persona at all, or you do the support persona, which is the persona that increases action. So 2 choices, right? No persona at all, or this one. You either do defense-based damage, action count increase, and then damage amount to attack cards, or you do no persona at all. Those are kind of the 2 choices that you have. Why are some arpeggios played automatically? I'll explain the order in a second. I just need to think quickly what I wanted to exhaust. This one. So, the way arpeggio works is... Let's have a look, right? So you always want to start at 0. So 0 is going to draw you 1 and make 1 0 cost. 1 will then draw 2 and 3 and make both of them 1 and 2 cost respectively. When you then have Arpeggio at 1 cost, so the 2 and 3 in hand, 2 is automatically going to activate 3. Because at the time, 3 will be your highest Arpeggio in hand. So 2 is going to activate 3. And then 3 is going to activate the highest rhythm card in draw or discard pile, which is going to be either 5 or 4. And that's why it goes automatically. And then by the time you've played 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would be 0 cost or 4 would be 0 cost. Right? So they all chain into each other. Oh, I messed up then. I got the increased next attack card damage. Yeah, you're doing a... I mean, the important part is when you want to do the support persona, it needs to be an attack card base. It cannot be a skill card. This perk, damage per Lux engraving, can only be gotten on an attack card. Or you just do no persona at all. That works perfectly fine as well. So here what we're doing is we're putting 0, 1, 2 in that order on the draw pile. It doesn't really make much of a difference. So 0 draws into 1. 1 draws into 2 and 3. At least that's how it's supposed to go. And then this one would activate that one, and that one would activate the other one. Now, the real question is, why didn't it? Right? Why didn't it what it needs to do what it needs to do? And how is the one in the graveyard already only 2 cost? Because there's not 3 in the graveyard yet. So that's an interesting question, right? Like usually 0 draws 1, 1 draws then 2 and 3. But this one is decreased cost by card in graveyard, and then the other one would be by activated. I mean, I guess they do tie if you play them in order. Huh. I guess, is it then 50-50? But it shouldn't be. Huh. Interesting. Right? Like, yeah, so you do 0 and 1. But then 1 should only draw 2 and 3, because at the time of it drawing, 4 should not yet be 2 cost. 4 should still be 3 cost. Oh, wait. Rhythm card in the graveyard. No, this is gonna go down to 3 cost. Is it 50-50 between the 3 and the 4? Could a support persona stack? I do believe it does, yes. She seems difficult to keep track of. Nah, that's just this one specific build. Like, think of it like this. Tenebria usually goes like any other character where she has 5 unique cards. But when you pick Arpeggio, now she has 11. She would be worth, yes. I got lost in the grind and duped Ray Strike of Darkness the 4th time. Removal Core. Removal Core could work. Interesting. Kapuff. Alright. Joker. To give us a quest card. Okay, nice. This auto activates, which is gonna save us a bit of AP. This one here. Does it actually influence things that it's there? I wonder. Let's see. This then still draws the lowest. This is still gonna draw the 2 lowest. And then, yeah, this one here now activates the highest cost in hand, but it didn't get the cost reduction. And then one of these is not in the graveyard, which is why it's outside of our purview of activating. But it's not really that relevant, because the enemy just dies. But I think we should have played everything we needed to play, like all upgrade cards and whatnot. Time to shine. 18,000 damage. Nasty. So, boom, bop, and then a bim, and then a bong. So the 0 draws the 1. 1 becomes 0 cost. 1 draws 2. Draws activate highest, and then draws for each rhythm activated this turn. How does this work? Why would you be so cheap already? How many rhythms did I activate this turn? Not that many, didn't I? I activated Arpeggio twice. So, why are you 1 cost? Aren't you the activated per turn? Don't you start at 5? Look. Decrease cost of each activated this turn starts at 5. We played 0 and 1. So this should be now at 3 cost. And even if it got drawn here, it would still only go down to 2, but it's down to 1. Whatever. Let's just end these enemies forever. Good stuff. The 4 cost reduces as well. I guess it might have been an over. We probably had the reduction from before, because we didn't end up playing the card, which... yeah, because it's reduction until used. No, the 4 cost, yes, but it reduces its own cost. No, I think what happened is, in one of the 2 turns, like in one of the turns prior, we used the 0 or 1 to draw the 5, but we didn't play the 5, meaning it didn't have the required starting base cost. I guess that'd be the most appropriate way to formulate it. Just didn't have the required base cost. Yeah. So this is still gonna draw the 2 lowest. Here we have activate highest, activate highest. This is the most expensive, so it works. Like this is how it's supposed to work. But yeah. Well, if that always happens, you never know. So, 75,000 HP. Big boss. We're starting off with a hit and a draw, which is great. The card that we got from Cassius is not as great, but that happens. Time to shine. So, let's do the Persona first. Get rid of these 2, because I don't really intend to play them this turn. Then that's time to shine. So we get the 0 cost, as we should. 0 cost gets us the 1 cost, as it should. 1 cost gets us this one and this one, as it should. Everything is working. And then this one just stays in our hand as you would expect it to. Crazy times. And then now we can just get the 0, 0 and the 1 cost. Yeah. But you know what we're actually gonna do? We're actually gonna be a bit more sneaky about it. Because we can just cycle to the Striker Darkness. Then use Rhythm. And then use Encore. And this should hurt like a bitch. I'm not entirely too sure how much this is gonna hurt the boss. But by no means could this be pleasant. $6K? Oh! It was the wrong... Okay, yeah, these two. Shit. Yeah, that was 80,000 damage in 2 cards. Pretty much. How's she going? Had to graduate today, no grinding. Hey, congratulations if you did get that graduation. Feel bad for the boss? Understandably so. The battle pass is totally worth it, absolutely, and I think this monthly pass where you get 2 extra chaos, like 1 extra daily chaos attempt and the higher sortie currency, it also has a lot of value, I'd say. Time to shine. How many copies she at? 0. I really like the fact that the spotlights just chain into themselves. Doesn't really help when you've already drawn them, but like you always know you can go from one spotlight into the next. Okay, nice. We got 2 of them out of the way. Time to shine. I discovered you're also on Twitch. Next month I'm gonna use my Prime. Hey, appreciate it. How did somebody put it yesterday? The Bezos bucks to fund TENEBRIA research. Yeah, that seems very appropriate. Alright, so now we have this out of the way, and then yeah, we paid the extra cost here, but it's cards that need to go anyway, because they just clump up our deck a bit. E0 is enough for E2. E2 doesn't make her deal more damage. If you want Tenebria to do even more damage than E0, you need to go E3 and beyond. If you're not willing to go E3 and beyond, then you better stay at E0. Is Raycant the best support for Tenebria? You can play our play 6 with go on card? We aren't even doing that. You know what we're doing instead? Look at this madness. 80% basic attack multiplier permanently. 100% basic attack multiplier plus draw 1. And 150% basic attack multiplier, meaning from just Ray alone, we're getting a 330% increase to basic card damage. Yeah. So pretty much a 3x multiplier. I don't know if I should pull her or not, to be honest. I've pulled E6 high and you want Faye. See, how about that? Give it a bit more time, see what happens. And what you can also do is... Alright, let's try to delete Joker this time around. What you can also try to do is you can wait until you're close to Faye and then check your resources to see, hey, could you afford, you know? Could you afford to go for Tenebria while still getting Faye? What persona? 2 different choices, same result most of the time. You do either discard plus damage increase, or you do draw 1 plus damage increase. Like, there's only 2 bases, right? You do discard, but you need a bit of extra draw for that, and you can use it to trigger the prelude of a hero set. Wait, why the fuck do I even have this cube on Ray? No, seriously. Why do I have this on Ray? At the start of the turn, activate a random lead card. Ah, because lead cards are 50-50 on the cost reduction. Yeah. I remember now. Fucking 50-50. I don't understand why lead has to be 50-50 on the cost reduction. So rude. Oh, what's up? Yeah, what's up indeed. Alright. So much cost. This boss costs us everything. But no, we've once again made it to the all-important 135. Because I don't consider stage 150 to be the proper test. So we've made it here. Yeah. Let's see how this boss fight then goes. Let's see, maybe any of these become cheap? No? Okay. Wait, what the fuck? How is that the highest cost rhythm card in hand? Oh, because it's also tied with 3 cost. Man, this stupid boss and it's his cost manipulation shenanigans. Stupid boss and their cost manipulation shenanigans. Time to shine. Okay, let's get it. So we are starting off with the auto activation. Getting one draw here. Then Tenebria to get ahead of the 0 cost thing. Use the 0 cost to reduce the cost. Activate the highest cost doesn't really apply to us. Not yet, at least. Okay, yeah, that works. So now we can then use this to trigger the other one. Which then triggers the final one, which makes this cheap. So this... we are kind of forced to play it eventually. Alright, let's continue. Alright, let's get a bit more AP. Alright. Okay, sure. So we're going to add back the 0 cost. Then this 0 cost. Yeah, then we can... Yeah, this works. How many buffing cards? Look at this. So we have one Ray buffing card in here. We have a Persona buffing card. And we have, most importantly, the Tenebria buffing card in here. All of these could add a whole bunch of damage for us. But they are kind of out of reach. But that should be fine. So what we want to do here is we do the 0 cost, the 1 cost to get the 0 costs, right? So we can use those. Do you see that damage? 17k per hit. And then, boop. Now we can add the 0 costs back. We're gonna draw one of them. Use the 0 cost to draw the other. And then boop. And then we can do a spotlight. To do 001. Use the 1 to get the zeros, but how do we already use... I don't remember having used 4 spotlights. Ah, it's probably because I used spotlight to start the spotlight chain, didn't I? Where were my crits? Where were my crits? Scam, hello? Our crit chance should be 72.4%. But the reason why it's 72.4 and not 87.4 is because we were unable to get the persona. So... there's a lot of damage we've left on the table, right? We could have also triggered the Persona first now, seeing as how we obviously had enough AP to play it. What I'm curious is, what can we expect? What can we expect from Showtime here as like the finale to this damage? See, I think 1,300 damage a hit at 10 hits, if you were to crit, I think that's respectable enough. Like, yes, you could cut it, but you don't have to cut it. But yeah, I think we could have definitely, like, if we had Tenebria's ult active, this boss would have been a one-turn fight. Right? But because we're doing all of this without Tenebria ult, things aren't as kabing bang boom boom booyah, you know? Time to shine. Time to idolu. That seems appropriate, yes. Where do you farm season decks now? Still in the seasonal chaos. Absolutely still in the seasonal chaos. They've only added more and more events to get dedicated divines, choose your own divines, everything like that. So yeah, 135, we didn't even break a sweat. Or I guess 130 to 135, but it was a little unsatisfying, right? Only doing 150,000 damage. Tenebria doesn't really need the ult to do Unga Bunga. Exactly, but the ult adds so much value in the sense that a 49% multiplicative to basic attacks in the case, basically because all basics are gone, so to rhythm cards. So a 49% multiplicative basic attack boost is still really good. Not even talking about the multi-hits. Those kind of just come as a bonus even. Which is pretty spooky. And then here, and then we can go 0, 1, 2. So 0 cost draws into 1 cost, 1 cost draws into 2 cost, draws into 3 cost. Again, something didn't go right in the combo, and I'm not entirely sure what, but it gets the job done. Things are dying. That is sometimes all that matters. Are things dying? Yes, no, maybe. They are? Great. And then you continue onwards, you know? Did we already play the quest card? We did. Oh. Then let's get the upgrade card. What persona? Discard 2 with 60% multiplicative or draw 1 with 60% multiplicative. Interesting, we now have all the other on the hand. I mean, I guess that gets the job done as well. Just little weird. Do you happen to know if I can retrieve back the card I removed using the sortie course? You can get cards back you've removed during your run, yes. So for example, if you decide, hey, I don't want to see this photo card, but at some point you're like, oh fuck, I really want it back. 650 points. But you cannot get cards back that you end up removing with cores. You can only make changes to what you've done during a run. So like, if you decide to use a removal card to remove a card and then want to get it back, that's not how it works. Hey, so I have a guaranteed and enough pull to get her, but I have to gamble on face, so maybe you wait until it's close to Faye and then you see what your resources look like at that time instead then. Oh yeah, last time we exhausted the Joker. I don't know if that was that smart. You're gonna pick her with the Annie ticket? Man, you're like 10 steps ahead. I mean, Annie is technically only 4 months away now. Already. How that happened? Who knows? But yeah, that's how the story goes, you know. The pink lobby's what got you. I wouldn't be it wouldn't be me. Surely not, surely not. I would never. Oh, we almost killed her before she did all that super cost confusion thing. That's cool. Alright, let's try it again. Mr. Bossman, maybe we can get a bigger turnout. Once again, we're not using the partner ult. We're not using the Tenny ult. Let's see what we can put together. See what we can cook. Well, this could get a little annoying. Wait, you shouldn't have triggered at this time. This was not your time. What are we doing? This was not what we discussed. That's alright. Yeah. And we don't even have any bony on. Like, look. We have both basic attack increasing strikes still in. Alright. Sure. Bam, bam, bop. Yeah, and we're still getting around like 100,000 plus ish damage. Yeah, this was a very suboptimal turn, but like, what can you do? You can't really like decide most of what happens once you get here. Maybe we should have used the like Aranta Hurricane ego skill. I mean, sure. Let's try and see what I can come up with. Like this. Yeah, this is looking a lot better in terms of what we're expected to use. Then again, I should have probably gotten rid of Joker. Yeah, I don't really intend to use Joker, do I? It's okay, it's gonna be fine. Well, you came back quick, didn't you? Time to shine. Time to shine. Alright, and then, yeah, these ones are what we have. This one is gonna draw us... Oh, we have so many of these in hand, it's kinda crazy. Okay. We still have this one to get, this one to get. We could use the one cost Joker. And then we get a rotation less. Ah, yeah, yeah. Okay, again around 96 or 98. And then for the final one, around 125. But we had the basic attack increase in, we had the persona in, we didn't play her own persona, we didn't play Ray's persona. Ah, there's still this one. Technically we have to count this with it. But at 971 damage without morale, it really doesn't add the most. But yeah, 134,000, huh? It's not perfect yet. But it would be enough to kill the boss if we, like... This deck would absolutely, like, humiliate the boss to hell and back if we were to just use, like, Tenebria Ego Skill, right? But I kind of want to see proof of that. It's one thing to say it, one thing to do it. So, Tenny Ego Skill, here we come. Poof. Alright. Oh yeah, we could do the full, like, destruction potentially. But yeah, let's exhaust Shuffle so we don't have to waste the turn playing it. Getting rid of this card is great as well. Alright. Okay, nice. So this one's gone as well. Ooh. Oh. You know what? Let's do it the other way around then. Let's actually take advantage of the 5-star partner. And let's not use the hit count. Yeah, then this fight should be like super quick. If we just use the hit count on this fight here. So you take this one and this one. Hand size. Annoying. It's all pretty costly. Come on, be cheap. No? Okay. I guess that is not happening. Means we're gonna take then the extra turn. Okay. So draw me 2. Give me 0. Give me 1. And the other, and then boom, and then bang, and then bop, and then boop. Okay. Let's see. Start Tenny partner ego skill. So we have the full shine rainbow animation thing, whatever you might want to call it. And let's see. The 4 cost is now down by 1. That means we can definitely use the Ray skill here. And get this skill in as well. This one's a no-brainer. This one's a no-brainer. Persona. Sure. Why these ones? Okay. Let's see how this goes. What are we missing? We are missing Encore, but we might get that at some point. Let's see it. Let's see it. So we need to start the chain one time properly. Which means this one into this one. Into this one, which goes into that one, which goes into this one. We have false time. Okay, and now we can skip, which means we can go 0, 0 into 0. So, bop, bop, bop. 21,000 damage. That is a lot for a singular hit. And then boop into bop, bop. And yeah. You know, if you thought it wasn't gonna get any worse, watch this. Alright, yeah. So, around 260,000. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. So this would have been... But then again, the cost reduction only comes from the Tenebria. But if we were to play this deck properly, we wouldn't have to rely on the cost reduction from the partner. So yeah, we still had another around 40,000 damage left in our hand to play. But we didn't have to, right? Didn't have to do it. Got the job done. Would she be stronger than the limited unit? Height Mary is pretty good. Height Mary is pretty good. But no, she is definitely a strong unit, absolutely. It's just... That's the beauty of the game. You can make every character in the game do an obscene amount of damage. If you put your mind to it. No, she's 0 dupes. The partner's also 1 copy. Like, first copy. So yeah, there's some truly spicy stuff you can do with Tenebria. Could I show you the Tenebria save data? Sure. What be the best Rita synergy available? So you mean using a Rita together with a Tenebria? I don't know. Maybe Fortissimo? Maybe the Fortissimo Tenebria? Maybe Fortissimo Tenebria. But like one of the most useful things could be Chrono Circle here. Drawing you 3 2-cost attack cards at the start of the turn. If you're looking for 2-cost attack cards, you can definitely build Tenebria that way. Or this one here, where when Chrono Ascension is gained, move all basics of this unit to hand. But I think this one here is quite useful. So you'd get 3 draw at the beginning of your turn before you even do your turn draw. And should you be reliant on 2-cost... should be reliant on 2-cost rhythms, it's only ever gonna draw those. One of the best parts is how Rita gains Chronicle, and that is because she gains Chronicle, or better said Chrono Ascension, based on the cost of the cards that are activated. Activated means that regardless of how you play them. So for example, you could also do something like a rhythm card, triggering a rhythm card, and then Rita's gonna get 4 Chronicle from that. That's the build I'm running right now, but I use it with Arpeggio, so you only draw the spotlights. All 2-cost all 2-cost rhythm card. Or you just do the 2-cost the 2-cost here. Which would be a bit unfortunate, because you'd usually want this to be going down 1 cost so that you can use it to trigger this one. But then again, if you have the AP, then it all isn't really as much of a problem. Could you see the Ray deck? Yeah, sure. The Ray deck is also rather simple. By no means is it perfect, but yeah, the Ray deck is 150% Strike with Darkness, with treated as a common card. Could also be cost reduction or draw a card of this unit. A couple options there. Then we have a copy of the 80% basic attack multiplier. Then a copy of the 100% basic attack multiplier with a draw 1 neutral. as well as cost reduction. So this card costs us nothing, draws us 1, gives us 100% multiplier. The 100 stacks with the 150, and the 100 and 150 stack with the 80. Then we have a copy of damage amount to 1 cost or lower cards. This thing just exhausts itself. We have the persona, but you could also cut the persona, like you either do the damage persona or you do no persona at all. And then things you could still put into this deck, because it's only 80 save data. You could put in a Dominion, the legendary card that gives you stacking morale per turn. You could put in a, see it like this, for example. You could use this Persona of Luster, which is going to give you 150% damage bonus. Or you could rather just put in a Dominion, and then by turn 6, Dominion will have already given you a 120% damage bonus, so it doesn't really make that much of a difference anymore. And you don't have to draw it, / you don't have to play it, right? The ring that boosts basic 2, that one is great. It's just the problem is where you get it. The problem is the ring that boosts basic you can only find on the Void planet. And the Void, I guess Void or Season 1 planet. And when you do Void, when you do Season 1 planet, you can't get Personas or Persona card engravings. And when you do the Void planet, you can only ever get the engravings from the shop. And you won't get the select your own divine, so on and so forth events, making it harder to get something like it treated as a common card, draw a common card. What be the best gear for Tenebria? Honestly, the best planet to just play Tenebria on is the standard planet here. Like, I think you can just play the seasonal planet. You have a way better chance. Like, you don't need that perfect mega super gear. What you really care about is engraving value. For example, this Amorphous Cube. Like, Amorphous Cube is already good enough, honestly. You get the 25% damage amount, and then you take something like action count damage amount, or haste card damage amount, or when 7 cards are in the graveyard, increase damage amount by 30, or whatever you find, right? And then in terms of weapons, you have a couple choices, right? IFS 17, depending on if you play Arpeggio, then all your cards that you play are going to be 0 cost anyway. You could find Cthulhu, the Cthulhu gun, for example. You could also use, I guess you could use the staff that gives plus 40 to attack cards, so long as they don't target multiple targets, which would fit on rhythm. If things become really tight, you can always use the red sword for the 12% damage bonus. Yeah. And then green planet for crit gear, yeah. Swamp of Judgment here. This is how it would look like. You'd get 6% crit chance and 12% crit damage. That's kind of like the crit gear, I guess. And the benefit of playing on Swamp of Judgment would also be you can get the attack percent multiplicative permanent increase ring, which is pretty good. So you could play her on Swamp of Judgment and just see what you get. You're just going to have a harder time finding the divines. Or at least this specific divine you're looking for. So you kind of gotta pick your battles. What is the Burning Hammer engraving? That's Season 2. The Burning Hammer engraving is I decided to, for fun, play a Season 2 run. And it's the God's Hammer. So this one here says that we deal 35% increased damage against enemies with 50% or less of their max HP remaining. Which is overall like a 17.5% damage increase, I guess. Yeah. So this is pretty much going to become my Mei Lin deck-ish. Like, this is going to be the deck that I'm going to run next to a Mei Lin, I think. Because I can just change this. Nah, wait, that's the cost reduction one. No, that would have to be the Spotlight trigger one. Wait, then why the fuck did I pick Crescendo here? No, it does work. It does work. I'm just yapping. Because, yeah, the Spotlight still works. Because then I could get a 0 cost Spotlight that moves me 2 rhythm cards. Yeah, that would still absolutely work, yeah. So we'd actually be AP positive through Spotlight. Yeah, that's fine. That's alright. No Persona card? Yeah, she doesn't have a Persona card, yeah. Like, you could go a Persona, or you could go no Persona. I mean, the reason why there's no Persona in there is obviously because it was done in Season 2. There's no Personas on Season 2. What other like, multi-divine decks do I have? I have it treated as a common card Spotlight. That I'd have to change into... I don't know. Oh yeah, with this, I could also use this for my mail-in. I'm still a bit split. Like I could pair this up with my mail-in because here the thing is though it's expensive. It's gonna cost me 32,000 sortie points to change all the divines, but at least this one also already has or change all the base cards. Maybe closer to 40,000 actually, because I changed the Encore, I changed the Spotlights. But yeah, the cool part would be I then have a Spotlight that then draws another Spotlight that also helps me play the Crescendo cards. Yeah, I can't really wait to build like a mail-in Tenebria Crescendo type deck. But for that, I also kind of need a mail-in deck first, which is a bit of a problem. But yeah, I need more decks, more building, more good. Who would be the support? I'd probably run something like a Nausea, so you can get a bit of additional draw and you don't have to worry as much about AP. Or you could just run Veronica. You could run Tenebria, Veronica mail-in, have Veronica draw and provide AP, then have Tenebria either draw her own cards or also provide AP, and yeah, pretty much. No maidens, what does that mean? Is that the formal form of no bitches? And if yes, why? It's been 6.5 hours, huh? We started the stream rather early. I'm getting a little hungry. What be a good team for building a Tenebria? Oh, I got a package. She's not limited, no. Alright. She's not limited and I am limited, yes. But yeah, Tenebria is not a limited unit, no. Neither is Faye, the unit that's after this one. Yeah. Yeah, but isn't it crazy? The WG banner will only be around for like 67 more years. Why did I pick 67? I'm sorry. I could have picked any fucking number. I wanted to pick something. Like, I thought about saying 80, but I'm not quite sure if I make it past 100, so I didn't want to go too high. So I thought maybe 60. I don't know. How are you supposed to play Fortissimo? Fortissimo, if you want to get the most. If you want to get the most out of Fortissimo, then your idea is get all Fortissimo cards in hand, but do not play them. What you want to do is you want to activate the Fortissimo cards so that they get the full benefit from the linkage and the extra hit count, without the drawback of discarding everything. So what you can do is you can take this Fortissimo and then use this spotlight to select and move the rhythm cards. So you can then select, move, and also activate them, which would then make it so that they get triggered without, like, if you activate a linked card directly, it does not trigger the linked chain. Yeah. It would be a bit more complicated to set up, but basically you just want to draw all the fortissimos, then use the spotlight. Like you could for example also combine it with the discard too, and that is because they don't have quietus. So you hate Link? You just don't know how to play around with it. But no, Link is cool depending on how you play with it. But no, the idea would be pretty much, I mean, let's just, instead of just yapping, let me just show it to you, I guess, right? Let me just show it to you how it would look like, so you have a bit more of a clue. Does Link work in the graveyard? No. Link is in your hand. So let's see, do we need to change anything in this call and response based on that? Yeah, the draw would be really good. And then this encore. This encore could also work, honestly. But it would only be one hit. Wait, let me think. This one would add in total 3 hits to cards that already have hits, which is 3 hits. And this one would make the last activated card trigger twice, but that card would have 2 hits, but it's from the graveyard. So yeah, probably this encore is still best. So yeah, this is kind of how the deck would look like. You'd have sound checks. You have the Fortissimo card. No, not Fermata. Fortissimo. And then you get 4 copies of the Spotlight that selects and moves. You have the, when you activate a Fortissimo card, activate this and draw 2. Which I guess, I mean, I'm not too sure. Like, you'd probably have to play it to know exactly what you want to do. But effectively, the goal is get all the Fortissimos in your deck in your hand. And then only play the ones from Tenebria. And then for the final one, you could just play them normally. And then they just discard everything. Hey, Chaotic Enjoyer, thank you so much, man. I just wanted to say appreciate your content. Your tips are always helpful. Nice. Oh, that means a lot. Appreciate it. This deck would need to run a discard. You technically have a discard here in the Persona, no? So think about it like this: if you find yourself in a scenario where you have all your you have all your Fortissimos in hand, then you're going to. Could this deck be played with an empty deck, like with 2 empty decks? Or is that too much? But no. Yeah. Basically, the idea is get all 6 Fortissimos in hand. Use the Persona to discard your 2 Fortissimos from Tenebria. Get the Fortissimos back in hand with this card, which then also activates them so that they get the full benefit. So you're going to have a Fortissimo that is going to get an additional 55 times 6, because it's going to be linked to 6 rhythm cards, right? Because you have 6 Fortissimo cards in hand. So it's going to be plus 330%, plus 330% on the 90 base per rhythm, which is obviously going to be, I guess, times 6 there. And then also you get the additional hit because you're linking more than 3. So you get a 2-hitter twice, get those back to hand, do it again, get them back to hand, do it again, get them back to hand, do it again, get them back to hand, do it again. Because you have the spotlight 4 times. Having the stream open twice allows you to hear me twice, so that you remember the information twice as well. I don't know. I mean, if you really wanted to, you could have one of them muted, so the wisdom can, like, appear to you through spiritual waves. I don't know. Yeah. 2 streams, you got 4? Damn. Damn, everybody else is on a beginner level and you are 25.6 steps ahead. Impressive. Alright, let's do another tempo, see if we get a Tenebria. Okay, luckily we're only building Pity for Faye. If Tenebria doesn't want to come home early, then, well... More Pity for Faye. See, we build pity towards a guaranteed Faye. Smart, smart, smart. Now, do I need another Haru? How many Harus do I own? I already have 2. I don't think I need an E3. And E4, 5, and then 6 are still a long ways away. Who would I like playing more, Faye or Tenebria? See, the problem is I inherently like selfish heroes. Like, Rin plays like a Shizuru and a Faye plays like a Rin and a Shizuru, and that is unfortunately right up my alley, so it's not really a fair question to ask. Why did Haru say 70? 70? Does this look like a 70 to you? Best set for Mei Lin? Ooh. The same as for, like, okay, not quite the same, because she doesn't have the different playstyles. But if you can do it, if you can find a way to do it, the discard set is probably still the best. But you know what? Oh, you might crit over Cap. The fact that Mei Lin has this card, you might just crit over Cap. I don't even know. Is this the best in slot, or would you maybe... I mean, 30% crit chance is just so high. Would you then maybe use the 30% multiplicative? But, like, what is a 30% multiplicative against 30 crit? But yeah, so what I'm thinking is, let's say you manage to get 60% crit from gear. 90% is what you get with the Flame Dragon's Jewel. That then leaves your setup. But no, I think the simplest set by far is just this. When an upgrade card is used to increase damage amount of passion cards by 20%. Super simple, super straightforward, gets the job done, right? But if you need even more crit, ooh, I have a stupid idea. What if you go crit damage main stat? Like, usually you should, I think 70% is where you want to be. I think it's like 70 to 270. That's like, I think a 1-to-3 ratio or something like that. But yeah. Yeah, this could work. Okay, let me see if I can build a Mei Lin like this. How would a Mei Lin like that look like? Somebody just... Oh, I'm just gonna have to remind myself to give the gear back to Tenebria when the time has come. 3.6, 3.1, 3.6, 3.2. Ooh. You. Aw, imagine if this was a better piece. Okay. Crit chance? No. Crit chance? No. Crit chance? No. Crit chance? No. Okay. But here. Crit chance? No. Crit chance? Yes. Crit chance? No. Crit chance? No. 3.6. Why is it always 3.6? Is 3.6 like my magical limit for some reason? Like, look at this. 3.6. 3.6. 3.2. 3.6. So this would be 27 flat. This here is 27 flat, but on 1.9. This here is 3.3% on 7 attack. Okay, what's better? 464 versus... No, not sub-attribute, main attribute. So 464 versus 454. Okay. So the flat is better. I mean, it would make sense. It has an additional roll into it. I'd hope it to be better. Okay, let's build this stupid set to the end to see what kind of stat line we would be looking in a hypothetical. $239? Only? I mean, don't get me wrong. 239% crit damage on 85% crit is still very scary. Yeah, this Mei Lin could have 239% crit damage on 85% crit chance. Could you imagine that? 85% crit chance on 240% crit damage? But it's probably smarter to just do attack main instead, huh? Let's see, do I have any good attack mains? Oh, this one looks good. Oh, look at this. 25, 1, 5, 13, 13.9. No. Yeah, look at that one. So then this would be 66.9 plus 15. 81.9% on 212 with 1000 attack and a 16% passion damage multiplier. Also, weakness damage amount is not something you can calculate, is it? Also, what the fuck is this requirement on her unique stats? If Mei Lin's attack is 600 or higher, plus 4% weakness damage amount. For every 50 attack exceeding 600. Add an additional 1%, meaning you need to go 1000 attack, huh? I mean, we're really close to that. $9.92. This is a stupid Mei Lin build, but I like wonky builds. Like 81.9% crit chance on 212% crit damage on 1000 attacks sounds very, very intimidating. And 16% passion damage as well. Spooky Mei Lin build confirmed. You get the same build, level 40 to 200, the 30% crit chance upgrade card. Sweet. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, that's honestly an interesting theory, Craft. So whenever we get to it, I might just build that wonky Mei Lin. But I think it's awesome. Ooh, wait. 5.6, 5.1, 3.9, full attack. Ooh, maybe I'm actually gonna take the cut in crit damage. Nobody's gonna notice my crit damage cut, because our crit damage is already so high. Nobody would even suspect I took a cut, right? 2.7. Okay, you'd be like, wait, wasn't this 2.11? And then I'm gonna start shedding some tears because you figured it out, you know. You found out my deepest, darkest secret. But in exchange, we're on 62.9 and 851. Wait. Then where? Then what? What did I originally wear? Wait, this doesn't make any sense. Ah, cause it's swapped, yeah. Yeah. And then who has the original? The fuck? What did I do? Where did it go? Where the fuck did my base key go? Who took it? I could've, like, what? No, wait. Wait, now I'm confusing myself. Wait, what the fuck did I just do? Too many stats? Ah, it wasn't. It wasn't even the key. It was the fucking denial. I don't know why I thought it was the key. It was the denial that I swapped. Yeah, I have some beef with this key because it's not perfect. Yeah. Yeah. Or I swap it like this. No. Did we now go up or down? 63 to 206. We went down, but we went up, but we went down. Where are my gear sets? Where are my gear sets? I've been wondering for a while now. Who took them? And when do they give them back? 1.4% crit up, 6 attack up, 6 crit damage down. Is that good? Who knows? We're surely getting the loadout someday. Yay! Maybe. In your head, the 1.3 unique multiplier is still worth more. That's the thing. The multiplier should work like a 30% to base. So if you have a base of 300%, this would add like 97 or 96 or something. Would add a 96% on top of the multiplier. But is that worth more than 30% crit? Probably not. like it's not like it's a final damage multiplier, you know? If it was, then things would be different. Because obviously you'd want the final damage multiplier of 1.3 over a 30% crit chance increase if you can get your crit chance elsewhere already. Oh. 7 hours again, and I feel like I've made no progress. I mean, we have. It's just... I don't know if I want to make a video on her build already today. Time to shine. Time to shine. This should be time to stand no chance, not time to shine. Because, obviously, the enemy does not stand a chance. No. Did we gear you? I forgot again. When did they activate Encore? Don't really recall activating Encore before. Pew! Nope. 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 Maybe. Nope. Nope. Is Tenebria the highest DPS unit? No, I'd still say Heightmare is the highest DPS unit. Bye bye. She looks like fun but so convoluted. It depends on how complicated you make it for yourself. Depending on... Like, there's a couple factors. I don't think it's fair to just be like, yeah, she's complicated. Like, okay. Okay. It's been 17 hours of Tenebria gameplay, so obviously she's not as complicated anymore. Yes, I'll admit there is some thinking. I mean, but that's always the case if you try to move multiple cards rather than just play cards once and be done with it. But you are right, she is definitely on the more complicated side with everything that's been released. As all psionics are, pretty much. But also, Shizuru is kind of a little bit more simple. She just kind of gets the job done, you know. Don't think she's as complicated as Rita. Depends on which kind of build style and deck style you go for. Like, for Tenebria, you need to keep track of hand size and move and card order. For Rita, you need to keep track of own AP and chronicle gain. They have like their own difficulties? Scam. You. Okay, but this final piece is actually going to be a lot better. No, not this one. Crit damage sub. Easy. Light work. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Crit chance. Why do you get my hopes up? Why do you get my hopes up just to crush them ruthlessly? Game, you're sick. You're a sick fuck. HP damage scalar when? HP damage scalar when? So, it's super simple. For this piece to be halfway usable, we only need HP based damage dealer that is a passion or void unit and that has attack cards. Should be rather simple. Should be rather simple. I don't really see where the issue lies, right? It's been a while since I've sorted my gear. I've just kind of been taking pieces. So I guess you gotta sit with me while we search through these pieces to see if there's anything good. Because I've shirked my duty. Like, I've mainly just collected a bunch of pieces by using stamina. Oh. Order set, order damage, attack, crit chance, extra damage. You. Okay. Alright. Sure. Why not? good piece. Defense on attack set is a scam. Ego recovery is a scam. Defense is a scam. Defense as a whole is a scam. Crit damage is a scam. I mean, okay, one chance. Crit damage, yes? No? Okay. So you stay in the scam pile. Health scam. Instinct scam. Justice. I mean, if you give me crit damage, I could use you as an offset. I mean, if you give me crit chance, I could use you as an offset. I mean, if you give me crit chance, again, your chances are actually a lot higher. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe one of these days I'm gonna continue upgrading that piece. Ooh. Okay. Not too sure. I'm not too sure who's gonna use this. Increase damage amount of justice in order exhaust attack cards at 5 times per turn with attack main stat. I don't know, but the rolls are good enough. So it's not a complete waste. Passion damage is weird. Defense, crit chance, crit damage, attack. That's a no-go. That's a no-go. Okay. Crit damage, crit chance, defense? No, not on this set. Not on the agony set. Health, no. Health set with defense and health. Very healthy. Good decision. Okay. Max HP with health and a bunch of defense. And ego recovery. That's pretty useful. What is he building? He's building his storage. Because he's run away from the duty of sorting his gear too long. To the point that he has so much gear he doesn't even know what gear he has. Yeah, okay, no. At least we've given the piece a chance. I would feel bad deleting a piece without having given it a chance at all. Why are you locked? Because you're gonna give me crit damage? Reasonable. So close. So fucking close to greatness. 6.9% crit chance is still really high. Do I have space for you somewhere? Crit up by 1.8. Attack down by 12. So, crit down by 1.5. Crit chance up by 1.8. Attack down by 12. Sure. Alright. Crit damage, please? No? Extra damage? And like a lot? No? Okay. I don't want to look at you anymore. Nah. Not good enough of a set. Justice damage? No. Void damage, defense, health? No. Attack, defense, extra damage, health? No. Crit? No. Defense? Why are you locked? I mean, I guess you have like defensible stats. Attack, crit chance, crit damage? No. Attack, extra damage, crit chance, defense. Maybe one of these days I'll come back to you. Yeah, Void, crit, extra. It's gonna roll defense, isn't it? It's not. Order, crit chance, extra damage, defense, passion, void set, no. Justice damage, crit chance, defense, no. Attack, defense, health, no. Defense, nope. Instinct, attack, no. Health, defense, no. No. Ego, no. Crit damage? Eh. That's a lot of gear pieces I have lying around. Holy shit. Ah, crit chance? Defense? Probably not. What are you? You're weird. Weird piece. Have ego, have defense, attack, ego, health, crit chance, defense, attack, defense. Maybe if we get like crit chance. Yeah, okay. Why did I save this piece? Oh, just to get the set, I guess. I guess the only reason why I have this is just to have the set effect. Have double defense on an amulet with the support set. You know what? I've seen worse. That is pretty good. That is a lot of fucking defense. On health main. Alright, not bad, not bad. Unfortunately, it's just not that useful. Bro, question, is the passion set any good now since the buff? When is it better than a 222? With equivalent substats. Yeah, the passion set is now good. It's super easy to use. The only thing you need to do is to play a single upgrade card, and then it's active throughout the whole duration of the fight. So you can make the swap from 2-piece, whatever, to passion set 2-piece as soon as you have like equal-ish substats. Okay, what about you? Crit chance? No? Okay. Nope. 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 Nuh-uh. No go. Nope. Okay. It's a bunch of already like marked down ones here. Order damage, crit damage, extra damage, but our glory's reign. Weird. Passion damage, but no good stats. Attack, but it's 4th slot. Instinct, no. Crit share. Hold up. What the fuck? Crit damage? No. But like no defense? Already so far. I don't... See, the thing is, whenever I start clearing my gear, I also start upgrading gear to see if maybe I'm missing any cool pieces. And that's where my units always go. For those of you wondering, why the fuck are you always broke? This. And this is why I'm always broke. Because there's random gear pieces just hanging around that then cost me all my currency. I don't even want to know how much we've already spent on upgrading gear pieces today. Probably over 1 million already, surely. And if you're wondering, wait, where are all these random pieces coming from? It's just when you play Chaos and you use these like weekly currencies to get 3 legendary gear pieces. Do that for a few weeks without looking into your storage, and there you go. That's how you happen to get into this exact situation. This piece so stupid, I just want to give it a chance. Okay. Sorry. Health main with crit chance and crit damage subs. You know, on the off chance we ever get a health-based damage dealer, I at least have it to upgrade. Crit chance, passion damage, extra damage, attack. Not bad. If it all goes towards crit chance or extra damage, we can work with this. That's not a bad piece. 5%, 11, 6.5. That's good. Whee! I don't know if I need this many passion-based goblets, but it fits the set, has good subs. Gets the job done. Defense, defense, ego on defense set. I mean, okay, sure. This might just be my highest ego recovery piece on the account because I usually don't have any of those. Don't really care for ego recovery. Don't really see a reason why any of you should care for them at the moment. Passion damage, passion set, but no void damage. But that's like good subs. Come on, crit damage? Okay. Crit chance, crit damage, defense, ego recovery, attack. You're not making it easy on me, game. Ouch. I could have been. Basic attack set attack with crit damage and extra damage and defense. Yeah, I should have just let the piece be. I shouldn't even touched it. Okay, we're almost through. We're already at the blue pieces. Order damage can go. Health can go. Health can go. Health-based passion void damage dealer. He's going to arrive. Anytime now. Ugh. Okay. Could have been worse. Could be a Fey piece, potentially, but not really. Okay, we did it. So, rare or lower. Wait. Ah. Oh, because it now gets auto rid of rare or lower PC ads. No, wait. No, like this. If I were to sell all my... That'd be really terrible. That'd be really terrible. Okay, we now have 1,700 crafting currency. You know what? We might just save it until we get the next set of sets. We might just save this and then we'll have like 10,000 by the time the next set comes out. And then we're going to dominate with that set. It's going to be so good. You're so broke with units after gear sorting? Same, same, same. Funny thing is, the health-based damage will have their own set. Why don't you believe in me? Like, surely there's a fate where... Like, you can never go wrong with the... See, the thing is, if it was a Passion or Void health-based damage dealer, I don't think you could go wrong with giving them 15% crit rate. How did Tenny turn out so far? She might have, with the exception of the Cassius, Hyde Mary, Nia... discard your entire deck, put all the swords back into the deck. After that, she might just have the second highest single turn damage output cap in the game. Like, if you create like an optimal scenario where you also rely on something like the ego skill plus partner skill plus whatever else, at E0 she can probably break 300,000 damage. The only problem is there's nothing in this game that can survive 300,000 damage so far, so you can't really prove it properly. But yeah, we had her do at minimum 260, but we weren't able to play the final card for the additional 40k, so we only did like 215. Which opener epiphany turns her into a hyper carry and which one would be a sub DPS? This music start makes her the hyper carry because she's giving 6 cards to herself, and any of these 4 are more of a not sub DPS isn't quite correct. Maybe team DPS? I don't know. But Fortissimo is also mainly herself. So I guess you'd say Crescendo and the bass rhythm. Would a Fae or Tenebria be better? Who should you pull meta-wise? I don't know about the meta, but we're technically at the end of Season 3. And it stands to reason that them introducing Fae before Season 4 might make Fae a bit more relevant than Tenebria for Season 4. But Tenebria does more for your account, where Fae plays a lot more selfish. Then again, you could also play Tenebria really selfish, and you could play Fae as a raw draw support, even though I wouldn't know why, but you could. Not that you should, but you could. Like, one of the main benefits of Tenebria is you can build units with more save data cap, so long as you run them with her. Fae's not a support, though. Fae's a main DPS. Like a living, breathing, Hyde Mary class main DPS. You're skipping Fae, you want Season 4 characters? I mean, Fae is technically a Season 4 character. But what I want is information on who we're getting in Season 4. How about that? Is that too much to ask for? You E6'd your Tenebria, been waiting for us since launch. How much? Like, is this a 40%? Or is this a final damage multiplier 40%? Like, is this a 40% like vulnerability? Because seeing as how it's a debuff on an enemy, it could hypothetically be. Base rhythm is good, yeah. Base rhythm is fine, it just depends on how many times can you play it. Haven't tried it out yet, to be honest. I've only done one run so far. Okay. Basic conversion is so unique, she's worth it. For that alone, yes. Should be a final damage multiplier. That's what I'm thinking as well, which is kind of disgusting. Like, we don't have a lot of examples, but but let's say something like Veronica. Veronica's thing here also is a final damage multiplier, the fluorescent, even though it says plus 20, but yeah. Final damage multiplier would be overpowered, a normal buff would be a bit underwhelming, no in between. I don't know, depending on how high you get a multipliers and the like, a 40% multiplicative is still on par with all the other like E4s or E6s that we've seen. Like, for example here, let's say, I don't know, let's pick Yuki. Everybody likes Yuki, right? Yuki would get a 30% attack card damage amount increase, and then at E6 that one would go up to a 60%. Because she increases stack count and then damage by 15. And then I guess she'd also get a further 20% to Flash, Slash, and Iceberg Cleave. But that wouldn't compare to a final damage multiplier from 40%. Or something like Rin, right? Rin's E6 is plus 40 because it's 2 morale stacks. I don't know. I feel like a 40% damage final damage multiplier... It's likely, but it would also be very devastating. 9 was a flat out 15%. Yeah, but a flat out 15% is not 40%. Right? Like, 9 is indeed a final damage multiplier of 15% of whatever you deal. But 15 can't be 40, right? I want to try it out? No. Fixed damage as well. Yeah, but like the fixed damage is based on the damage that you deal, so it doesn't really make a difference. Think about it. The fixed damage is based on the damage you deal, so it's not like you're going to be able to penetrate some high defense, because if the enemy has high defense, the fixed damage is also going to be low, because it's based on low damage against something with high defense. But if it wasn't fixed, we could crit it. There's no point to crit it. Because it is just a 15% final multiplier, right? Like, if you do 1,000,000 damage with a hit, this is gonna take it from 1,000,000 to 1.15 million, and that is exactly what you would think it do, right? Like, it'd be pretty weird, because if you were to crit it, then it wouldn't be a 15% multiplier, but a 30% multiplier? Yeah, if you could crit the 15%, then it wouldn't be 15, then it'd be 30. Something like that. Because, like, for example, okay, she currently doesn't have the pieces to, like, justify what I'm saying, but, like, she'd have, like, 220-ish crit damage. So, basically, it'd be a 30% final damage multiplier. I don't know if that'd be such a great thing. SMH Gear Swapper. Most of my units, like, I have a lot of gear sets. It's just there's a very, there's a few pieces that if I want to run people as main DPS, that just kind of get thrown around. And also I've been swapping a lot of gear. If I wanted to, I could probably have all my, like, my entire account geared. But I'd rather have everybody be the strongest version they could be than have my entire account geared. Which characters do I have with full dupes? We have a full duped Heidmary, a full duped 9, a full duped Serenial, And we have a hypothetically full duped Kairon. I don't know if you'd consider this Kairon full dupe, but I mean, I guess he is, even though he isn't. So yeah, those would be all the ones I have at maximum dupes. And then we also have my magnum opus achievement, and that is a locker full of dupes. We have a locker room full of dupes that might or might not ever see the light of day. Yeah. Extra damage units are the worst for me. Oh, I have so clutch extra damage gear. Like my Height Mary gear, if I truly try and like do the Height Mary the way, like my Height Mary is stacked. I can make some really sick, like I think I can get like 55% extra damage, 60+% crit, 190% crit damage, which then obviously gets plus 40 from the partner. Like I can make a nasty Height Mary. What is extra damage? Extra damage is everything that's labeled extra damage. And it looks like this, right? How good is Tenebria? Good enough to be worth the summons, but not a must pull. But yeah, something that I find really incredible is that I misjudged this potential this badly. I don't know how it happened, but the fact that it slipped my mind that this one is going to be really good for Sortie, I don't know how that happened. Anyway, this season gave me the Yu-Gi-Oh! Gameplay vibes. Yeah, it just seems like turns are getting more and more complicated. But the damage also goes higher and higher and higher. Does it increase crit damage or just raw damage? No, that's not how it works. So let me show you. So you see how this card here says deals damage. And this one says 150% extra attack. Extra damage only boosts damage of anything that is specifically labeled an extra attack. If it's not labeled an extra attack, then it won't get boosted. Would it be better to use the 4-piece rather than the Scarab set? The 4-piece on my Tenebria gives me 15% crit chance, which is better than the Scarab 20% and 12% attack together. It really depends. Sometimes it comes down to subs, but it also comes down to what kind of benefit, what kind of bonus are you even getting, right? But also in terms of the Scarab, you could say, if you only use the basics, that going for the 2-piece, 2-piece, 2-piece would be better than going for the Passion set, because the Passion set and the 2-piece, 2-piece do the same thing, both boosted by 20%. Just the other one also gives you 12% attack, though you won't be able to boost the damage of anything that's not a basic card. Would she be a Fae teammate? No. No. I think it'd be a very bad idea to run a Tenebria and a Fae together. I think that'd be a very bad idea. Would there be a screenshot of the Tenebria deck? No, but you can make a screenshot right now if you feel like it. With this, you should be able to see every card, or like put it together, what card does where. No 4-piece on Height Mary. Oh, that's just because my good pieces are on Tenebria right now. I'm just not using Height Mary at the moment. If I were to, she would be decked out in gear, right? You know, that's so insulting. Then let's actually whip out my my Height Mary gear. Why not? 4-piece on Height Mary. I wish, but no. I think did I have? Was it no crit chance? I'm not quite sure. My Height Mary. Here, my Height Mary vision is a little special. Because I think my Height Mary vision might just be my worst piece. But then it probably was this one. I think I used this one. So, okay, my extra damage should be a little lower then. But in exchange, I think everything from now on should have crit damage and extra damage to some degree. Oh, it's on Kayron. Is it now? Did Kayron? Yeah. Part of my Hyde Mary pieces are on Kayron. Quite a lot of them, actually. And if you're wondering, wait, but how did they get there? The way they got there is because I played Bullet Kayron. So, yeah, no wonder. Yeah, this shit all came originally from Kayron mainly. Or better said, Kayron got his gear from Hyde Mary. Huh? Am I blind? It must be in here. Wait, what the fuck? Does Kayron not have a... Why does he not have a denial? This is confusing. We need gear load. I need gear loadouts. Yes, I need. Which makes it a we need. Yeah. So this would be 55.5 on 196 on 40% extra damage. I really like this one. I think this one's really cool. 12.4% extra damage on 6.2 crit damage. I think that piece is pretty sweet. And it's also not too bad. Some crit and some crit damage, some extra damage. But in terms of like the highest extra damage amount, that has to be Diana. Bam, 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 boop, and then this one. Yeah. Yeah, my Diana would be 51 on 208, on 984, on 56.9% extra damage. Why is your attack so high, Diana? 984? No, seriously. Why is that so high? That's a lot. 984 on 55 on 51 on 208 on 56.9% extra damage. That's a lot. Could you see my Mika save data? No, but I can build you a Mika save data that's like commonly accepted as one of, if not the most solid Mika you could ever build. So if you're looking for a pinnacle Mika, something to chase, something to know that you've done it all, then look no further than this Mika I'm about to show you. I should have changed it to a different epiphany first. But yeah. Bop. Boop. Bam, bam, bam. Upgrade cards. Yeah, 180. Or what you could also do if you like this one here is 8 AP, 4 cards, 4 draw. right? Like 8 AP, 4 draw, 0 other cards to actually play. But what you could also do is you could get rid of, for example, potentially 1 source of water, and then you could like smack in another persona. Or you could even keep a basic and then play her with Fae, where you'd then be able to do persona plus the 4 copies. But yeah, but then it'd probably be like action count with double engraving amount. So you'd have 1 card, 6 AP, 3 draw, nothing else. And then you have 40 space, so you could, for example, do this. But then without the divine. So then that would give you 3 draw, 8 AP. 3 draw, 8 AP. Action count increase, damage amount increase. You could also keep the shield heal card. Yeah. Wait, are they? Are you sure? Because, I don't think so. You mean you could keep this one with retain? Yeah, but you could also cut it. It doesn't cost you any save data. When making these decks, where can I see how many cards I already duplicated or deleted / cap of duplicated / deleted cards per decks? You can't see it. You just need to keep track of it yourself. Like it really wouldn't be that. It's just it's just a overtime thing. Oh, Rose is actually super. What the fuck? Rose is actually super useful. Damn! Why didn't I see this shit before? Why did I do things in columns if I could do rows? Wow. There we go. That's awesome. She's not a must pull, but she's hella fun. She's Rita level to me, and Rita's one of your favorites. Absolutely. But you know what's crazy? You'll be able to find these decks and many more linked on my, yes, I know, on my own website. So all my builds, all the things I can come up with, a non-divine deck, a couple divine decks, everything like that within, I guess, I don't know, within the next few weeks, because my guy has now given me a way to take this and turn it into an API and then integrate it myself. I have to look into how that exactly works, but yeah. So we're gonna make some progress at some point. You have played Faye, so is Faye stronger than Tenny? You lost your 50-50 on the Tenny. Should you go for Tenny or wait for Faye? The problem is I don't have access to a level 60 Tenebria, to a level 60 Faye with fully built out potential, a fully built out deck, and fully built out teammates. Nor do you have access to persona cards on the CN server. So it's very hard to estimate what kind of damage per turn Faye will do. But in terms of uniqueness, Faye is mainly herself and plays closer to a Rin / Shizuru in terms of like playstyle, where Tenebria has the benefit of adding additional save data cap to her teammates and having basic attack synergy. So in terms of uniqueness, Tenebria is more unique than a Fae. Alright people, I think this is it. I'm getting a little hungry, so I need to figure out what I'm gonna do with food. Yep, and yeah. After that, I don't know, we might get a Tenebria video or two later today. I'll have to think about it. But I'm pretty happy with what kind of build we've come up with. And the good part is, my guide that I made yesterday, the hour fucking long one, is still absolutely relevant. So I think I'm gonna give myself an additional day to then give you the E0 showcase. Whereas, I don't know, should I do something like a save data guide, Tenebria save data guide, like all the places where to farm and all that gear in detail? Sure, I mean, I've done it before. A lot of you appreciated it around that time, so I guess we could do another one of those, and a bit of like the thought process of where to farm decks, when and how. Yeah, I could figure things out. All right, thank you all so much for tuning in. Been a pleasure. And yeah, we see each other in the next one. I'm gonna get myself some food.